Good morning, my lovelies. What a start to the day. Pouring rain outside, a rainbow inside. So I'm staying inside and I hope you will too. Let's share the morning together and keep it sunny and rainbowy. I've got a lovely morning for you. It is National Superhero Day, so who's your superhero? It's also National Blueberry Pie Day, and I think if there's nothing else you can get on board for, blueberry pie is surely it. Always, always, always. Right, we've got a gorgeous morning ahead, but I think we should start, as we always do, with our early bird. Now, having said a rainbow everywhere, our early bird takes it to the other end of the colour spectrum, and we're looking at all the shades of grey, which is rather lovely if you like working with colour, because these are a wonderful foil against beautiful colour. And this range actually is particularly good if you love your sort of modern brights, because this is a gorgeous 2.5-inch strip roll from Stoff, 40 2.5-inch strips in. Now, I made a black and white quilt years ago, and I can't tell you the struggle I had to find black and white fabrics. Really hard to find. In this strip roll, you have got black, white, all sorts of shades of grey and smoke. Now, a few people around the country have done a very special workshop with me in the last 12 months, where they have road tested one of the patterns from my brand new book, Quilts from the Country, that launches in September. Now, that uses lots and lots of different shades of grey and black and white. Just saying, this would be perfect for it. Now, it should be $49.99. It's our early bird. I'm only halfway through. Check this out. £10 off. Not bad, not bad. But Hannah, I think we can do better. Let's take it right down. £17 saving, $32.99. That's more like it. Way under £1 a strip. Now, that's phenomenal value, because I heard this week the news I've been expecting for 12 months, which is that jelly rolls, Moda jelly rolls, are predicted to be, well, now selling price will be £60 plus for a jelly roll, which is a bit eye-watering. $32.99 for this today. Amazing. And also as well, think of this as the start of an amazing scrap busting project, because I would take this to my scrap bins and I would grab out every rainbow bright scrap that I had, the reds, the oranges, the blues, purples, you name it. Cut strips and use your favorite jelly roll or strip roll pattern with this. What a gorgeous, gorgeous selection. And oh my goodness me, I've just been told half the stock already spoken for. Now, that doesn't mean you can't get involved. Half the stock is up for grabs. $32.99, you make a £17 saving because it's today's early bird. So maybe outside it's raining, but in our hearts, it's rainbows, it's sunshine, it's gorgeous. I'm convincing myself here. I don't care it's raining outside. I don't mind that it's cold, and I'm still using my electric blankets. But this, I'm going to grab my scraps, I'm going to make a beautiful scrap quilt, and that will bring some sunshine into my life. A message. Good morning, Stuart. My superhero is my little dog, Reggie. Reggie, Reggie, Reggie. He's always there for me and loves to tidy up the scraps after a sewing session. Carolyn, that's adorable. I think I love Reggie. Equally, I'm not convinced that Reggie helps tidy up the scraps, Carolyn. I'm not doubting your word, but I just think Mrs. Mills is rather better at spreading the scraps than gathering them together. But it's adorable. Another message. Morning, Stuart. You're my superhero. Thank you for all the amazing shows. Carol, come here. It's Kiss Your Mate Day as well today. Thank you. Oh, that is lovely. That is lovely. Pam says, good morning, lovely. Morning, my darling. Pat says, morning, Stuart. Love you from Blackpool. Claire says, good morning, Stuart. And all. Steph says, it's cold and wet, but I'm in bed with Stuart and it's lovely. Oh, I say, I never knew your legs were so hairy. That's tickled me. This is absolutely flying out. If you want to get your hands on today's early bird, you'll need to be quick. It's 40 2.5-inch strips. Each one of them is selvage to selvage, so about 42, 44 inches wide. Gorgeous, small scale, greys, black and white, white and black, different tones, ash, charcoal, pewter. Oh gosh, single figures, and once everyone's checked out, there'll be lots of you missing out. One of the things I think I would do with this, I'm just going to grab a few strips out, is I would ombre. So easy to do with this strip roll because kind of everything's there. It's already kind of sorted for you. Whereas if you had to go out and try and find fabrics that you could ombre in this way, you'd really, really struggle. Whereas this, easy. So super, super easy quilt here. Right, let me show you. Okay, so you see how I've ombre'd that, and I've got 6 strips. So once those are all sewed together, that would make a 12-inch strip panel, and then cut those into 12-inch blocks, okay? Then what you could do, this is just one idea, once you've got your 12.5, in fact I would cut it at 13 inches square, then slash through the block, okay? Cut through it, and then insert maybe an inch wide strip of a bright pink or a bright orange or a yellow or so. And if you wanted to, you could make another cut and put another strip, sew it back together, and then trim it to 12.5 inches square, and then make lots of different blocks like that and sew them together. Going to have to take the graphics out because over 20 of you are going to miss out. Sorry about that, but well done to everyone who managed to get our early bird today. What a great start. Let's talk about the rest of the morning and do our menu. Now we're starting off with Moda Quilt Kits and Fabrics. I've got last of stock of Bluebell from Janet Clare, which is gorgeous, but I've also got the most beautiful quilt kit called Julia. And we've got a bit of a sample to show you. I'm going to do a bit of a demo as well. It's a beautiful quilt. I only have very low double figures. So if you want that, don't be slow about it, please. Now, at 9 o'clock, it's April. It's the block of the month with Jenny Jackson. It's the second month. I thought it was month 4, but it didn't start in January, Stuart. It only started last month. So this is the block of the month right behind me. I am completely in love with this quilt. Isn't it incredible? Foundation paper piecing. It's this one today, the orange one right here. But equally, you can also make a pink, purple, gorgeous lilac, which is hanging up next to me here. I'm spanning the two. And I feel like a blend with both. What do you think? So, which is it going to be? The rainbow or the purples and blue? I'm excited. Yeah, I'm excited. And Jenny's always such fun, isn't she? Now, let's go back to the menu. Oh, hello. At 10 o'clock... We've had some funny conversations with Jenny this morning. She is a laugh. At 10 o'clock, we've got some fabulous sewing room tools. At 11 o'clock, it's the EPP bag and long storage pouch. Jenny told me it's not a box, it's a pouch. That's at 11. And then at 12 o'clock, we've got fabulous, and I mean fabulous, fabric. So stick around, please. Stick around. Angela says, morning, everyone. I'm so pleased. I've got Jenny Jackson's next foundation piece, block of the month already. I set my alarm to get in early. The early bird catches the worm. Sandra says, morning, gorgeous Stuart. The sun is shining up here in Glasgow again. Long may it last. I need to be in Scotland. Deborah says, morning, Stuart. Morning, my darling. Now, I need to let you know, third of the stock, gone. Third of the stock, gone. Both of them already. It's 11 minutes past 8. We have got some more chances on block 1. If you didn't get involved last month and you're thinking, Stuart, what is that gorgeous quilt behind you? It's Jenny Jackson's new block of the month. It's foundation paper pieced. It's blocks rather than rows this time. It started in March, month 1, with this one right here. Okay, and we've got more of that in today. So if you would like to start your block of the month today, you can. This is month 2. This is the one we're launching today, but over a third of the stock of both colorways have gone. This is the rainbow right here, and then I have the pink purple version over. Hello. Now, if you made Jenny Jackson's row by row quilt last year and you did the pinks, purples, this would go really well with it. These are your colours. These are your colours. Laurie says, good morning, Stuart. Getting ready to leave for hospital to have the op on my left hip replacement. Say hi to Jenny. Have a great day. Laurie, first and foremost, this is for you. Sending you lots of love for a speedy recovery, and I know you'll be well cared for. We're all sending you lots of love. Also, Hilary says, morning, lovely. Morning, my darling. Right, okay, so that's our morning. I think it's going to be a busy one, so if there's anything you've got your eye on, grab it. Now, if you go to our website, you can go to www.sewingstreet.com. and then click on watch live. You'll be able to shop everything that's been shown, everything that's yet to come. And that's the best way, actually. If there's something you really want, shop ahead, and then you can sit back and relax, enjoy the demos, enjoy the laughs. Enjoy the lulls, as I think they say. Now, let's get started, because I want to get on with this beautiful Julia quilt. Now, I don't have a finished quilt, but I've got the box right here, and I'll show you this quilt. So this is from Crystal Manning. Isn't this gorgeous? It's called Julia, and it features these sort of beautiful prints. I'll show you what's in the box in a sec, but it's got a bit of a kind of bit 50s kind of style fabric. It's those gorgeous kind of cheery, bright, kind of cherry reds and golden yellows, some turquoise, some blue. There's a little bit of black in there, but as you can see from the finished quilt, it's just summery and vibrant. Here's a better picture, actually. Isn't that luscious? Now, that quilt is 66 inches square, so very, very achievable on your domestic sewing machine to piece and to quilt. An absolute cinch. I don't have the fabric, by the way, available by the ½ metre or in any other way, just in this kit. And I'll show you what you get. It's absolutely delightful. So you get your full pattern. The actual pattern is called Bessie Quilt, which I think is rather lovely. Bessie Quilt. Bessie Quilt. You've got this is for your cornerstones. Isn't that just gorgeous? Little daisy and polka dots. You get lovely, gorgeous quality Moda solid for your background. And then, essentially, you get a layer cake in there as well. Look at these beautiful, I'm in love with these cherries and daisies and polka dots and flowers. It's just cheery, it's bright. Look, little strawberries. It's summer, isn't it, in a quilt? It's very country, it's very jolly, just vibrant and lovely. I'm a little bit obsessed with Crystal Manning fabrics. I've got loads of them. I think they're lovely. And they just always put me in a good mood and a summery mood. This would actually make a gorgeous picnic quilt or something to take to the park. Sit and read a book and have a sandwich, watch the world go by. I love doing things like that. And then look, you've got these black prints, which I think go really well. Oh, love that. Oh, nice. So this collection is called Julia, the fabric range, and it was inspired by Julia Child, the American cook. She really did bring sort of like French cooking to the American people, you know, who I think at the time was still squeezing cheese out of a tube. I think it was quite, but it was like sort of, you know, fresh garlic and not granulated dried garlic and things like that. And she just introduced the whole country, I think, to a lot of dishes and ways of cooking that, yeah, like it. Oh, this is a great quote from Julia Child. A party without a cake is just a meeting. That's adorable. I love it. That's who inspired the collection. Well, I think it's absolutely gorgeous. What do you think? Beautiful. Oh, we're going to do a crash, of course. Let's do that. Let's do the crash. You'll like this. It's a big quilt, remember, 66 inches square, 149.99. Beautiful. Beautiful. Remember, this is the only way you can get hold of the collection. And this is a lovely, it's a beginner level quilt. I know it doesn't look like it, but it's a beginner level quilt, and I'm going to show you how. So this here is a block. Okay, but when you look at the quilt, of course, you see 4 of them together, I think, and see a star and a chain running through. But it's made as some separate individual blocks, but I'm going to show you. Now, Deputy Joan made these samples. Big shout out to Deputy. Fabulous. Thank you so much for doing this, Joan. Looks terrific. And of course, what Joan's done here is use just a restricted number of fabrics so as not to cut into everything. You would mix your fabrics up and spread these out across the quilt. But let me show you how to do it. So to start with, we're going to do this little bit here, which is this sort of chain block in the corner, and that is very, very simply made with strips. So you're just cutting strips of blue and white and seaming them together with a 1/4 inch seam. Press the seam towards the dark side and then cut smaller units down. Next up, you're going to piece those together. 2 of those, just flip one around to piece a little 4 patch. And then sew on a white square either side. Once you've done that, we're going to join them together to make a little 4 patch. And you can see there, if you press the seams in opposite directions, you'll be able to nest the seams together, and it just makes sewing the whole thing together much, much easier. Right, let's sew these together. Now I'm using a dark thread so you can see where I'm sewing, but at home, oh, sewing machines come undone. Will, yes please, Charlie, yes please. We'll just get this rethreaded. Gorgeous, isn't it? Yes. I need my director, Charlie, to come and thread the sewing machine for me. Sorry, Charlie. Now, don't forget, you can have split pay on this if you'd like. $49.99 is your split pay. And this is for Moda, 66 inches square. Alison says, hi, Stuart. Morning from rainy Tamworth. I was stalking the website this morning and ordered Jenny's block. 1 and 2 as soon as it appeared. Good for you. Steph says, I don't know about Julia Childs, but Fanny Craddock terrified me. She was a little bit scary, wasn't she? But rather fabulous and fun. Right, thank you, Charlie. I'm back in business. Half the stock is in baskets. Well done if you've checked out. Right, so that's done. So I've joined the 4 patch together, and I'm just going to press that seam. Right, so we've got our little 4 patch. So that's step 1 done. Now the next thing that we're going to do is create these sort of spiky star points, okay? So these are easy. They're stitch and flip. So you've got a rectangle, you've got a square, and you've got a diagonal line, and you've got various different sizes. And it's really important to take note on the pattern of the direction, because if I just take these away for a second and show you here, you'll see that these run in opposite directions, and you've got a short one and a long one, and those directions are important. So I'm going to stitch on the line. So when you're doing this, use a center needle position, and let's go. Right, I'm just sewing on the line. Wonderful prep from Deputy Joan. What would I do without you? Now that you're back from your trip. Oh, I know Joan had the most amazing time in New Zealand. Isn't that fabulous? Joan had a month in New Zealand. I missed her so much. I'm used to seeing her every day or two, you know. We get together, we talk quilting, we plan the next project. But it's lovely to have her back. So I'm making the most of her before she goes off on another trip. Yes, the Caribbean. I tell you, I can't wait for retirement. I'm joking. Right, so I've chain pieced those, and I'm going to snip them apart. And then the next step, this is my personal preference. If I do stitch and flip, I don't just automatically trim the corner off. I like to press the fabric back. I like to check that it fits perfectly where it's supposed to. And if I'm happy, then I'll snip off the corner. If I'm not happy with the placement, then I've got a chance, haven't I? I can unpick it, I can do it again. But if you've already trimmed, then it's a bit of guesswork really about whether it's accurate or not. You get a better finish if you do it like this. So you can use those little trimmings if you want to. Stitch another line and trim them down, make smaller half square triangles. Okay, and then the last one, same again. Just crease that, and I'm finger pressing. I think at home I'd probably use an iron there just to make sure everything's nice and flat. And then I can start laying out my block. Okay, now it's really useful to have another block handy or to have the pattern handy when you're doing this, but I'm not going to do that, of course. Right, so shorter ones first of all. So I've got short, and I've got long, and then I've got short, and you're looking for this V here, and then I've got long, and again you're looking for this V here. And then once you've done that, you can start sewing the block together. So I can do that really quickly. We've got time, Hannah? Awesome. Right. Oh, don't forget, Stuart, to go back to a 1/4 inch seam allowance. There we go. Right. 1/4 inch seam allowance. Now, I would recommend pinning at home, but you know what it's like, live telly and all that. Slightly different rules here. What do we say? Do as I say, not as I do. And also, I sew a lot slower at home. Even though I make quilts quickly, I sew a lot slower when I'm at home because I like to be nice and precise. I don't like unpicking. Who likes unpicking, eh? Nobody. So just pressing each time. Look, how cool is that? Coming together already. Then sew this next one on. So it's almost like making a log cabin, isn't it? Because you're adding these pieces to the sides. And we'll sew again. Just try and get everything to fit nicely. And okay, lovely. Here we go. And then the last side, sew that on next. Just such a lovely, bright, cheery quilt, this. And I think it's perfect for spring, summer. You're ready for some spring, summer now, ready for a picnic. Or you just want to cheer up a space, you know. And I think if you've got like white painted furniture, this would look particularly nice. Like on, you know, like a white bedstead, this would look lovely. It's kind of a little bit shabby chic, but it's sort of brighter than that. Right, okay, so that is now sewn on, all right. And there's one more step, okay, there's one more step because you'll see that this and this do not look the same. There's a triangle here. And so all you're going to do for that, again, it's really easy, stitch and flip. You've got a big square, draw a line on the diagonal, and then you're going to lay it on top. Now I'm going to be a devil and crack out the pins here. Look at that, your pins. And now I'm going to sew on that diagonal. Okay. Whoop. Okay, there we go. All right, flip that back. And then trim off the back. Isn't that bit of black lovely? You know, I think getting a kit really helps you to use fabrics that you wouldn't necessarily choose. Think, oh, I don't know if I'd put black with these, but actually it really works. Now, so there's your, when you come to sew this together, you'll make all of your blocks. So you won't piece it together into fours like I am now, but I just want to show you what you do next. So once you've got your blocks and you've got all of them made, you're then going to join them together with sashing. So you'll make long rows and it will be sashing, block, sashing, block, sashing, and it will just keep going like that. And then you'll do a second row and a third row and so on and so forth. So that's one of your rows for the quilt. And then the second row for your quilt will look like this. So it'll be cornerstone, sashing, cornerstone, sashing, and you'll sew long, thin rows. So you kind of do thick rows and thin rows. And the best thing to do, I think, is to lay these out on a bed, on the table, on the floor if you're okay getting up and down. I'm still pushing my body to do that. I don't know how sustainable it is, but I'll keep going as long as I can. And then there are your sashings. And you see how it all comes together. And I just think that is absolutely delightful. Beginner level, beginner level. Morning, Stuart, says Sandra from East Sussex. Pleased to hear that you sew more slowly at home. I thought that I would never be as fast as you presenters. Oh, Sandra, I've been saying this a lot recently. I know when you watch us and guests on TV and there's no pins and it's kind of gluing this and whizzing it through, but I don't want you to think that's how you need to sew at home in order to be a professional. Do you know what I mean? We sew much slower at home. But what we try and do on air, of course, is get through as many processes as we can. But please don't like watch the sewing bee and think, okay, if I can't make a shirt in 4 hours, I'm failing. Nobody who goes on the sewing bee does that when they're at home. Nobody sews like that. I promise you, I promise you. So take your time. Yes, I like to enjoy the process. But isn't that a darling quilt? I think it's absolutely beautiful. 66 inches square. You're making a fabulous saving of £30. We don't have loads. We've got fewer than 20 of this quilt kit left. So well done if you've got yours. I think it's really pretty. A lovely sort of start perhaps to your summer quilting. Love that. Love that. Yeah, really cute. It's a bit different. Why do we love Moda Fabric so much, eh? Why do we love Moda Fabric so much? You know, I think, because I fell in love with Moda Fabric a while ago, and I think one of the things is it's the quality. The quality is amazing, always amazing. I think the stable of designers that Moda work with is exceptional. And, you know, people like Janet Clare, Of course, Tula Pink did her first ranges of fabric with Moda. Originally, her fabrics were with Moda. And also as well, you know, people like Three Sisters love their stuff. Absolutely gorgeous. And of course, they introduced us to the concept of the jelly roll and the layer cake. Very innovative, very innovative. Family company, it's father and son at the top, who are both absolutely lovely and completely invested in the quilting community as well. I think that's the other thing. They're a lovely company. They're great guys, and they put a lot of work into creating beautiful fabrics for quilters to use. You know, it's hard now to look back, but I remember in the early 90s, you know, it was little tiny, what were known as calicos, and not calico itself, but little tiny ditzy floral prints were always called calicos in America. And so you got those, and you got plain, and that was basically it. That was your lot at the start of quilting. And gingham and polka dots, little tiny pin dots. They were the fabrics for quilting. And when I started back in the very early 90s, that was about it. And you could find dressmaking fabrics. Rose and Hubble, I used to get floral fabrics from Rose and Hubble to try and increase the scale of fabrics that I was able to find. But quilts for fabric for quilting, yeah, it was very limited. And then sort of Moda were one of the people at the forefront, people like P&B Textiles, Kaleidoscope. These were the early names that really started bringing out fabrics just for quilters. And I think that's really helped the resurgence in dressmaking too, because when I started dressmaking, I used to use quilting fabrics because they were the pretty ones, they were the lovely ones. Yeah, they were and they were the things that were more available. Now, this quilt kit is now in single figures. It's now in single figures. Check out your basket. I've got 5 chances remaining on this quilt. It's absolutely gorgeous. You're such a good teacher and give great advice, collector in Northumberland. Thank you. That's a really lovely compliment. Thank you. I've spent a lot of my life teaching, and I hope to be a good teacher if I can. Thank you. Another message? Oh, morning, Stuart. Love watching you. You have a lovely, calming voice. The world is so busy nowadays. No. That's why I cling to my sewing. It's really funny. Very often people think that at home I'm this kind of like wild, crazy, let's party and go. And I retreat in my sewing room and it's peaceful and quiet and all I can hear is the bird song and my sewing machine. And it's just calm and lovely. And that's what I enjoy. But some people love rock music while they sew, don't they? Which is also cool. Now remember, on this quilt, you're making a saving of £30. It should be £179.99. You're saving £30. That's like 2 meters of fabric, isn't it? Saving. You're also, it's 66 inches square. It's Moda. It's beautiful. You get your binding, of course, as well. And once these are gone, they are gone. Last few chances now. You can get split pay on this. We do split pay sometimes on quilt kits, and it's a nice split pay too. Under £50 to get this quilt kit home. Under £50. And this is a quilt, I would say you could easily make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, there's 36 blocks in the quilt. I think you could easily make like 3 blocks in a nice afternoon sewing session. You know, it's not onerous. Equally, it's not one of those things you have to whiz through at super speed. Take your time, you know. But I reckon each block might take an hour or so to cut and to piece, hour and a half. Lovely. Do one of those. Just make 1 block. Pop it back in the box for safekeeping. Next time you feel like a bit of sewing. And what I would say as well, another top tip, don't start sewing any of the blocks or rows together until you've made all 36. And the reason for that is, I know it's tempting to think, oh, just put a block together. But don't do that, because visual balance is all about experimenting. So you lay all 36 blocks out, take some pictures, walk away, go and have a cuppa, come back, have another look. If there's something in the wrong place, you'll spot it. But if you stand there staring and staring and staring, you never spot what's in the wrong place. You just know something's not right. Do you know what I mean? Bracelets falling off. But with this one, you know, the look is supposed to be scrappy. So enjoy that, embrace that. But you want things like the reds, the blacks, the blues to be all kind of nicely spread out. So be serendipitous. Be a little bit random. I know that's making some of you tremble. I get that. But all of these fabrics go together. And if you want to, you can reproduce the quilt that you see on the front cover. If you want to, you can reproduce exactly the same quilt on the front cover. You've got all those fabrics. Right, well done if you've got it. I'll leave it there for now and let you check out on that. I want to show you another lovely Moda kit. I don't have a demo for this, but this is absolutely gorgeous. Now, I need to let you know that I now have 10 kits left. That's it. 10 kits left. This is blooming gorgeous, isn't it? It's called Willow. Oh, I didn't know we were crashing. Hannah. Oh, I've only got 10 left. I've only got 10 left. This is going to fly. How fresh is that? This is an easy quilt. You don't believe me, do you? I know you don't believe me. It's an easy quilt. I'll show you why. So inside, look at the... Thank you. Next. You've got this gorgeous layer cake in here. Let me just move these out of the way a little bit so I can show you. This is absolutely gorgeous. Fresh. Don't get a lot of green quilts as such. And this, ooh. But as we get a bit further in, look, lovely corals and peaches. Oh, this is lovely, fresh, modern. This is yummy. Very, very few chances on this though. Oh, I want it to be the weather like this too. It will be kind of a bit more summery would be nice. Oh, these fabrics are gorgeous. Those darker greens as well. Wow. Yes, very, very nice. So you get all of that. Look. Oh, yummy. Absolutely yummy. You've got your solid as well for your background. You've got your pattern. It's called Climbing Vines. And those leaves, literally a square of this, 2 squares of this, stitch and flip on opposite corners. That's it. That's your leaf block. And then you've got a thin strip of the layer cake sewn in between 2 halves. So you make a leaf and a lower, a leaf and an upper, thin strip to join them, and that's your block. So super simple. I love how they've used the stripe for that outer border. Isn't that effective? That's this one right here. That's a gorgeous stripe. And then you've got your binding. Absolutely beautiful. Last few. It's less than a handful. It's less than a handful. You are going to need to be quick. What a lovely Moda kit that is. What a brilliant price. $129.99. 68 inches by 84, by the way, size-wise. So a good double bed size quilt. Now, before we do Janet Claire, we're going to do Vista Woven Bundle. I am completely in love with this. These are woven plaids and stripes. Just saying, I do love them. I'm doing that tomorrow, by the way, if you're wondering why it's hanging behind me. But look at these. So yes, all fabric is woven. Well, not all fabric is woven. Some is knitted. Some is done differently than that as well, even. But this is. But when we say a woven check, it's that the yarn is dyed to these different colours, and then they are woven together to create the pattern, rather than being printed. So the pattern is on both sides. It's the same on both sides. This is quilt weight. This is patchwork fabric. Yeah, this is patchwork fabric, and mixes beautifully. Love this sort of tea towel stripe. Absolutely beautiful. I was only saying yesterday, Tilda do a tea towel stripe, and I'm desperate to get it on Sewing Street. Oh, you did? You had it? I love it. I love it. Yeah, gorgeous. These are absolutely beautiful. You could make a lovely quilt with them just as they are, but I think they would mix really, really nicely with quilt weight cotton. Yeah. Now, just as a little heads up, Tilda's Creating Memories range has an autumn 16 fabric colorway, and there are some woven fabrics in there as well. These ones, especially these colors, would blend so well. I think that's absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. These aren't a brushed cotton, by the way. They're not flannel. They are, you know, your smooth quilt weight cotton. The only difference is that rather than having printed designs on, they're woven. That's the only difference. Work just exactly the same as your regular quilt weight cottons. Absolutely lovely those are. And you're getting ½ metre of each. 6 metres in total, and you get ½ metre for free. Amazing. £76.89 for those. I think they're absolutely lovely. Of course, what I have to do is just put them into colour stories, because you've got your terracottas and then you've got your blues, and I am going to include those in there as well. And then you've got your greens. Just lovely, aren't they? Absolutely beautiful. These would be gorgeous, actually, thinking ahead to the release of Quilts from the Country. If you love country style fabrics, fab. Also, if you like that kind of maybe like naive style, like for Christmas, you know, a fabric like this with like a snowman appliqued to it and little stars and a tree. Do you know what I mean? That lovely kind of slightly naive blanket stitch applique, absolutely gorgeous. And the thing is, at the time, you'll be hunting around for these fabrics, and we won't have them, and you won't see them. It's always the way. You know, something like that, absolutely beautiful, beautiful. I think that's gorgeous. Very nice, very nice. Okay, now I've only got 7 of this mega bundle left. We're going to go through them by the ½ metre, but I'll be quick. Let's do Terra Cotta first, ending 06. Oh, it's only 3 metres of that. You could, of course, as well use this for dressmaking. Can you imagine, Derek, I'm talking to you now, a gorgeous shirt in that? Wouldn't it be lovely? I'd wear that in a heartbeat. Look. Ooh. Yeah. Love that. Love that. It's gorgeous. But it would also, autumn pumpkins, table runner. Delish. Right, next up, ending 5-3. These are all, of course, 100% cotton. Regular quilt width. All very limited, though. All very limited. Oh, I've only got 3 metres of this one left. The website pictures, by the way, don't do these fabrics justice. It looks kind of chocolate brown in those pictures. I don't know why. Yeah, chocolate brown plaid would be lovely, but this is definitely terracotta. It's literally the colour of bricks. It's that colour. It's gorgeous. Next up, ending 19. This is that wide stripe. Again, you think of like tote bag, binding, or binding or sashing in a quilt. What about making a lovely summery top or shirt? Or like a shirt-waisted dress would be lovely. It's got that lovely sort of cool look to it, hasn't it? Gorgeous. And then the almost like a chambray weave. So terracotta one way, white the other, ending 6-2. That would be a beautiful background fabric for applique or piecing, or to embroider on. Very pretty. Some more good mornings, by the way. Donna says, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Mo says, morning, handsome. Good morning. Jan says, good morning, Stuart, and everyone. Oh, bless him. Charlie, the director, saying good morning, mate, every time. Fiona says, good morning to the best presenter ever. I'm still getting that on a T-shirt. Rain in Filey today and the sea swim at 5 p.m. So I get to watch you all morning. Hurrah! Still not coming. Tracy says, morning, lovely Stuart. Can't wait for your new book to try out some of the lovely Moda fabric coming up. It's right here, right now. Oh, glad you're looking forward to that. I'm super excited. I will be at Festival of Quilts every day with the new book. So if you want a special advance copy, you will need to get there early. Right, let's do the greens next. This big check first, ending 9-2. Love this. Again, it's got a bit of a kitchen-y vibe, bit of a summery vibe. Let's have a picnic. You could make some nice, easy napkins, tablecloth. You could do a lovely, you know, there's like casserole carries that you can do, or things like soup cozies. You know, all those lovely kitchen-y projects, tea cozy, placemats. It's all lovely. Next one, love the navy stripe in this, ending 3-4. That'd be a nice shirt too, wouldn't it? Be a nice shirt. Next one, 9-0. This is almost, is this a dobby? They call this a dobby weave. I love that little, it's almost like a little square spot. Can you have a square spot? If not, I've just invented it. But again, that's like a chambray weave. Lovely. And then the last one, this might be my favourite. This is like the proper tea towel stripe, ending 9-6. Moda do a whole range of actual tea towel fabrics. They're only narrow width. I think they're an Australian designer that does them. They're a bit niche, I think. They haven't caught on in this country, but I love them. I have a fine collection of tea towels, let me tell you. I have a special drawer in my kitchen dedicated to clean tea towels. It's very satisfying though, isn't it? I'm sure some of you at home can relate to this. You know, when you've ironed all your tea towels and folded them nicely and you've got a drawer full of lovely Irish linen. Gorgeous. It makes me happy. Little calm things. Right, the blue, ending 4-9. Yes, I've seen your suit like this, Charlie. Yes. Actually, it reminds me, in the 80s, I had like a long line, like cotton jacket. They were all the rage. Thanks, Miami Vice. Used to push the sleeves up. Massive shoulder pads, and I mean massive. Got it from C&A. Oh, I looked at the business. Big hair, big shoulders. Gorgeous. That's lovely. Big hair, big shoulders, lovely fabric. Oh, right, ending 9-3. Love this, yeah. It's all really nice, isn't it? Gorgeous. It's a bag, yeah, it's a bag. It's a bag, it's a shirt, it's a blouse. Yeah. It's just lovely and crisp and fresh. It almost feels like linen, but it's cotton. But it's got that lovely sort of almost kind of chalkiness to all the colours as well, isn't it? Ending 5-4. They're all sort of, it's matte and it's sort of, you know. 6.99 9.5 metre. We haven't even mentioned that, but 6.99 9.5 metre seems very, very reasonable for these beautiful Moda fabrics. Yeah. That's nice too. That'd be really nice for a shirt. And then this last one I could wear all day. This would be really nice on John too as well. John, look, wouldn't it? Oh, gorgeous. John was saying the other day, yes, on air he wears the flowery shirts, but at home it's check shirts. And he looks lovely in them too. So that would be a gorgeous shirt for John. Shirt for John. There we go. Right, fabulous. Don't forget, there is a mega bundle available with all 12 fabrics. You get 12 half meters, 6 meters in total. Lots of you with this in your baskets. Try something different. This behaves exactly the same as quilt weight cotton. It is quilt weight cotton. The fact that the checks and the stripes are woven instead of printed makes no odds. Now, I'll just refer to Blue Skies and Nutmeg and just show you that this and this and this and this are all printed fabrics, but these are woven, yarn dyed woven plaids and stripes, and they work perfectly together. They're designed in exactly the same way. They're made in exactly the same way. The only difference is the printed ones start off life as what's called greige, which is then printed with the designs, and the other ones, the yarns are dyed to the right colours, the looms are threaded up, and the designs are woven in. Even things like these little eggs, they get woven in instead of printed. It's fun, isn't it? Anyway, while you check out... Oh, okay. Okay. There's a plan. There's a plan. Yes. Right. So I've got Last of Janet Clare, Bluebell, but we might just hold that back for 10 o'clock because I don't want to start it. We're due a break fairly soon, so I don't want to start it and do it sort of half. So I've got this. Now, this is from this called Homestead Gatherings. And these are woven. I'll show you. I'm going to pull this off and show you. So this is a layer cake from Moda. And these are brushed cotton. So these have that slightly softer, I don't want to say fluffier, but, oh, hello, $39.99. Thank you. Nice. Let me show you these. So again, these you could make a very easy quilt. You could literally just sew these together. Oh, love that. You could just sew these together. 10-inch squares, all sewn together, all random. Layer it, quilt it. I'd do big stitch hand quilting on this. Probably with something like a rusty brown thread. Yeah, not with a rusty needle. I'd go really rustic on this, so I'd find an old rusty bent needle and make it really hard for myself. No, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. But you know what I mean? Just as a contrast. Oh, actually, look, you have got some browns in here, so it does make sense. But you know, that kind of almost like a terracotta gold coloured thread, cotton perlé, and hand quilt it with big stitches. But it's just lovely. But also you could team this up with something like seeded natural cotton, Osnaburg, calico, and maybe just do big half square triangles and sew them together. You could do 9-patch blocks with this. I'm saying simple blocks. You could do complex blocks with these. Of course you could. I just think that they lend themselves to quite a simple, just a country look. Father's Day is coming up. I'm just saying, there is actually, it's not called Dad's Plaids. What did I call it? Plaid Bar. I don't know if it's Simple Shapes or Make 100 Quilts, but it is literally just rectangles of plaid fabric with sashing in between them, just in rows. And it's really simple quilt. You could literally cut your layer cake in half, so it's 5 inches by 10 inches rectangle, cut sashing to go in between that maybe finishes at 1 inch, and just sew them in rows. That would be so lovely. Easy to make, easy to quilt as well. Done. Father's Day gift, all done. And you know, I think it's very easy to make quilts for mums and grands and aunties and daughters and girlfriends and But I think sometimes making quilts for our male friends and family is harder. Lynn says, oh, loving these fabrics, Stuart. I added in the ooh, but I'm imagining you did say that, Lynn. Only just tuned in. Are they 100% cotton? Absolutely. All the fabrics I'm showing you, all 100% cotton, all quilt weight cotton. You can mix and match. So these, even though these are brushed cotton, you can mix these with non-brush. So for example, you know, on one side it's not brushed and the other side is brushed. So if you don't want to embrace the brushed side, use them the other way around. See, that's the brushed and that's the unbrushed. And if I actually just flip this open for a second, and I'm going to, can you see the difference as well? So where it's brushed, it kind of has a bit more of a fuzzy look. Can you see that? It's quite, yeah. Do you see? That's just the brushed effect. But you don't have to use that side. You can use the non-brushed side because they're yarn dyed wovens. They look the same on both sides, but one side's brushed and one side isn't. I rather like that. I rather like that, and there's a rather lovely saving on it as well. Make something for Dad or Uncle or a friend. Gorgeous. Right, that's that. I have a Moda jelly roll. Ooh, this is lovely. I have to open this one. This is called Back to Basics. $59.99. Oh, not today. Perfect, love this. Cheeky, $39.99. £20 off. That's more like it. Love that. You've got here some black prints, some navy blue, some deep bottle green, like a sort of brownish aubergine, deep barn red, a lovely kind of cheddary orange, a gold, and then you've got some lovely tans and tea dyes and some creams. That's absolutely gorgeous. From Primitive Gatherings. Lovely. Can't beat that. And I like that as well because that looks like a fairly even 50-50 split of darks and lights. So that's kind of like the perfect combo. Yesterday, if you saw the log cabin trim ruler from Creative Grids, that would be brilliant with it. Awesome. Now, I'm just going to tease you with Janet Clare. Look at that. So this is Bluebell, which is a brand new range from Janet Clare. Now, this is the last of stock that we have, and we have very limited quantities of many of these fabrics. Now, I'm going to go through these fabrics properly in the 10 o'clock hour, but I just want to make you aware that we've got pretty low stock on lots of these. This is the last of it. Oh, you missed a treat, Hannah. It's an absolutely fabulous range, so beautiful, a little bit different for Janet as well. The gorgeous, vibrant colours and that beautiful jade green. So that's coming up at 10. Did just want to as well remind you of Julia. This is a gorgeous new quilt kit from Moda. Oh, this is not the one that sorry, this is the untouched. That's how yours will come. That's how yours will come. Let me just grab this one. Yeah. Oh. There we go. Right, now it should be $179.99, but today you're getting it for $149.99. And three-way split pay if you'd like it. So it's 66 inches square, and you make 36 of these blocks. Now, I showed earlier from start to finish how to make the block. It's easy strip piecing, 4-patch, and then stitch and flip units to make the rest of the block. And this is the block here. And then when you sew it together, you're going to join long rows, but I suppose the effect is of like a star. You get stars forming when you sew the blocks, and there's sashings and cornerstones in between, which just create this gorgeous sort of lattice effect. How pretty is that? 66 inches square, easy, nice project. If you've made a quilt before, if you've done a little bit of quilting, this is more than achievable. And of course, at 66 inches square, it's the kind of size you could easily get through your domestic sewing machine, so you can quilt it yourself. All right, we're going to go to a little break. When we come back, it's April, it's a Sunday, and that means Janie Jackson's back for the second month in her fabulous foundation piece block of the month. I'll see you after this.
Hi there, my name's Alison Marion and I'm thrilled to be joining the Sewing Street family. I live in Staffordshire where I run a couple of sewing groups and I have a passion for vintage sewing machines and also applique. I've stitched in some form for as long as I can remember, but I absolutely love teaching and helping people stretch their skills and hopefully demystifying some of the techniques that can be quite daunting for beginners. So I'm looking forward to meeting the team and getting into the studio. See you soon.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items, you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4, or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1 P&P, with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines, and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Hello friends, we're having a wonderful time here on Sewing Street. Sunday, we don't care that it's raining outside, although apparently it is sunny in Glasgow. It's Jenny Jackson, everybody. Hey,
Hi.
Jenny Jackson.
Hi babe, you okay?
Yes, absolutely wonderful to see you.
Thanks.
Driven all the way up here from Brighton.
In the torrential rain.
In torrential rain, not nice.
No.
But you brought us a rainbow. I'm so happy. Now, hanging behind Jenny is the incredible block of the month quilt. It's a 12-month program. It started last month. Don't worry, if you didn't get involved, you can today. We've got block 1. But we're going to start with block 2 in rainbow. Now, the block 2 is a gorgeous kind of a range of oranges this month. And this is just beautiful. So what you get for this month, for $19.99. Can't believe the price, Jenny. That's amazing.
I know.
That's amazing.
I'm so glad we're able to keep it at the same price.
Same price as last year.
Yeah.
So what you're getting here is you're getting your full instructions first and foremost, okay? And these are written specifically for month 2 for how to foundation piece. This is block 1. This is March. Sorry, that's my fault. I picked up March. Beg your pardon, everybody. Oh, honestly, I can't get my head round.
No, you
that
can't.
it's
It's 'cause we
month
started.
2 and it's
yeah.
April. Right. Can we rewind and start again, please? Right. So, you've got specific instructions for April. There we go. Of how to piece April. And then you've got all of your foundations are already printed out, okay? You've also got a master copy so that you can make this as many times as you like, but rest assured, you've got every single foundation already printed. So you don't need a photocopier, you don't need a printer, you don't need to trace anything. You don't need to start searching for fabrics because you get everything included. All you need is a reel of thread and your sewing machine.
Indeed.
Now, check out this beautiful panel. So this is everything you need. Jenny, I'm going to need your help.
Would you like
here,
my
please.
assistance?
I
It's
certainly,
upside down.
I need it. I need it.
Let's turn it round.
Oh.
I'll sort you out. You'll be all right.
Thank you. So on the panel, you've got everything printed out, the colours that you need, the designs that you need to reproduce Jenny's panel exactly, or her quilt. So you've got this gorgeous, this has got a gorgeous kind of, it's modern, but it's also got a bit of a 70s vibe.
Yeah, it's
Love
cute.
that. Love that. Gorgeous kind of geometric prints in my favourite colour, orange.
Is it your favourite colour?
Yeah, it was the colour I use most in quilts.
Is it?
Yeah, although I wear a lot of blue, I use a lot
Yeah.
of orange in quilts. It's got such energy.
Yeah, it's a nice colour.
It's got life. It's got life. So you get your panel. Thank you, Jenny. All 100% cotton, of course. Just exactly what you need. So you're not wasting loads of fabric. You got everything. Thank you, Dan. You're an angel. So that's your rainbow version, $19.99. Now, well over half of the stock is checked out already. Lots and lots of people were up at the crack of dawn today, Jenny, just to get month 2 in the bag.
Amazing.
It's fabulous, yeah. There it is. Beautiful, isn't it? Is it 16 units sewn together, Jenny?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it
So you
is.
make 16 little units and sew them. And of course, with foundation paper piecing, everyone's blocks are going to be the right size. the right shape. They're all going to be accurate. That's the point.
Not going to lose your points.
No, all in the technique. And you show how to do the technique every time.
Indeed, I do.
Perfect. So that's the rainbow version. And we had a bit of a look at the rainbow quilt earlier on. Can we have a little look at the pink and purple? It's absolutely gorgeous, this, Jenny.
Yeah, I'm obsessed. Little florals.
Yeah, really lovely. So it's really pretty. You've got those lovely mixed florals, ditzes, and just love that. But also the colourway is stunning, isn't it? So fresh. Absolutely lovely. So this is the block 2 right here. You've already done 1. Slightly ahead of rainbow.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, yeah. Only slightly.
I wonder if it would be like last year. They were always neck and neck.
Yeah. Started off neck and neck, but just very slightly in the lead with pinks, purples and blues. Right, let me show you the panel and the pattern, of course. So you get your full instructions, all of your foundations printed off. Terry from West Sussex says, good morning, Stuart. Jenny and the crew, looking forward to the April block of the month, have ordered in the blue, purple option. Terry's team blue.
Hey.
Hey, team purple, I should say. Gorgeous. So you get your foundations, you get your full instructions, and of course you also get a master copy of the foundation. You want people to make this quilt more than once.
Yeah, of course. And then you could also shrink the master copy down, make it bigger. You can use them as borders.
Nice.
So there's so much you can do with that, just with that one copy.
Very nice, very nice. And also as well, this would be a gorgeous scrap quilt, wouldn't it? And you could follow the same like rainbow route, all your red scraps in block 1, your orange scraps in block 2.
Yeah, and you wouldn't have to just use 4 fabrics for it either per block. You could just do whatever.
All the blues, all the purples, all the pinks. But this is a fantastic intro. If you've never done foundation piecing before, Jenny, could you make this quilt?
Oh, yeah. Yeah? Yeah. 100%. That's why I did last year's and this year's, because I don't want to make it too... I want it just to be a project that you can just pick up and do, because you don't have to do any photocopying or anything.
Well, exactly,
Even
that's a boom.
if you've done loads of FPP, it's nice to do FPP like that. It's just going to be easy. Yeah. And you can just get on with it.
I think there have been times where I've wanted to make a project, but I haven't bothered in the end because I didn't have the wherewithal or couldn't be bothered.
Yeah.
To do the photocopying. Or like now I don't have a printer at home.
You don't?
I don't have a printer at home.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
So Charlie has one at work, so he will print things off for me. But I don't just have one at home.
Yeah.
I've got room for it. I don't do it very often. But you don't need one because it's all in here. It's all there already. Absolutely fantastic for $19.99. Oh, Jenny.
Yes.
Pink, purple and lilac are way in the lead now.
Really? You're heartbroken, aren't you?
You're not kidding. I am a little bit heartbroken. Come on, Team Rainbow, where are you? A very good morning, Stuart and Jenny. Love Jenny's patterns and kits. Just finished the Hexie Pocket handbag. Love it.
Aww.
Oh, Neve, lovely. I'm coming over for a second because I just want to give a tiny bit of love.
Let me get out of the way.
I love
Shall I hug the other side?
Yes,
There we go. Let's just stroke the quilt.
See, for me, but also as well with the rainbow, what I like is that there's like the cream, the white as well. There's higher contrast in the rainbow. The purples, pinks, lilacs is more of a blended look.
Yeah. I love this colour.
That's
the tealy kind of,
gorgeous. And these emeralds, this is almost like a jewel. Rather than a rainbow, it's like all the colours of jewels.
Yeah.
Emeralds, citrine, the orange one.
Just all the colours.
All the colours.
All the colours. You know how much
Gorgeous,
I love bright colours.
Block one, rainbow, which handily is already unpacked.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah. There's block 1. So it's like a little pinwheel. That's gorgeous. Love that. Now, this was only last month. So don't think you're way behind. If you want to start this month, it's not an issue. You still can. And we've got some, it actually sold out last month. Both colourways sold out. But we have got some extras for this month, because we know that some of you want to get involved now. So now's your chance. So you get your full instructions, and as always, every month, Jenny, we're going to get all of the...
Yeah, and it'll be specific for that month, and
Yeah.
then you'll always get all the templates you need, everything.
Amazing, amazing. So don't worry, you're never, ever going to have to start photocopying or print, unless you make a mistake.
Yeah,
And then you've got your
master copy, so it's fine.
Yeah. A message from Celia, who's in Essex. Oh, morning, Celia and Paul. She says, morning, Stuart and Jenny. Paul has finished... Oh, Paul's doing...
Yeah, he is.
Celia's husband, you know, yeah.
Yeah, I
Paul's
know.
finished block 1 and is now looking forward to block 2. He's doing the pink and purple quilt. Celia from Essex.
Yeah, he started, the first FPP he did, I think, was my flying geese cushion.
Oh,
now-
amazing. Yeah, oh, that's awesome. Looking forward to seeing you both at Festival of Quilts
Indeed.
too. Hiya, wonderful team. I missed March. Go Team Rainbow.
Yay.
Francis. Hey. Do it now. If you haven't already started, start now. Oh, love these prints. Look, these are great. Kind of lovely, graphic, modern, fresh. Oh, absolutely gorgeous. And remember, these are all 100% quilt weight cotton, great quality, high thread count.
I find that the panel fabric is just so beautiful to use for FPP.
Yeah.
Like when you fold the fabric over and
Yeah.
you just roll the seam, it's so crisp and lovely.
It is. It
Yeah.
presses
Oh,
amazingly,
right,
doesn't
yeah.
it? Absolutely gorgeous. But 100% cotton, beautiful. Good morning, Stuart and Jenny. Got out of my sick bed. Oh, Louise, just to order the Rainbow Block 2. It's Lou. Super mashed potatoes here. Louise. Oh, I'm sorry you're not feeling very well.
Not the one.
Super mashed potatoes. We had this discussion, right? Janet Clare was here,
Right.
and she told me that she didn't think soup was a proper food, and she didn't like soup and didn't see the point in soup, which I thought was very controversial. So I just said, "Hey, are you team soup? Are you team no soup?" So it was quite divided, actually. It surprised me.
Yeah.
And then a lady emailed in to say, I make my husband and daughter soup and mashed potato. In fact, they had it for their tea last night. And I was like, how on earth would you eat soup and mashed potato? Anyway, we had this whole discussion. It was all quite funny. And then at the Stitch Festival at Islington last month, I met soup and mashed potato lady. She came up to me and said, well, both of them, daughter, I'm soup and mashed potato lady. And she said, what we do is we put the mashed potato onto the plate, form a bowl in the mashed potato, and then pour the soup into the mashed potato bowl.
Legendary.
But it has to be vegetable soup, am I right? Can't be any other kind of
Right,
soup. And then they eat
interesting.
the bowl and the soup.
I love that. I'm a soup fan.
Try not to be judgmental.
I love soup, especially my dad's homemade French onions.
There you go.
Best soup
It's
in
the best.
the whole entire
It's
world.
the best. French onion soup
You
is the
do
best
have
soup.
to have bread with soup.
Yeah, you do. And Gruyere cheese melted on top.
Oh,
Yum. Anyway, month 1, March, is available. We've got limited stocks. If you would like to get into the club and start the journey on Jenny's amazing FPP 12-month program, you can. So each month, $19.99, you get all of your foundations. Your instructions are not generic. They're not generic, are they, Jenny?
no, they're not. I was rubbing off a bit of raspberry on my finger.
Oh, good.
Had raspberries for breakfast.
So your instructions are specific to that block?
Yes, every time.
Awesome.
Every single time.
Now, need to do pink, purple, lilac month 1 because it's about to sell out. So I'll mention it really quickly. So here's the panel. Here's the block. Here's the panel. You get your fabrics all printed. It's all there. In fact, let's just show this
Oh,
one, Jenny.
I love this print. This one.
Oh, yes, please. That's gorgeous. Look at that. Don't be shy. That's gorgeous. Yes. Yes. Really lovely. I've got 5 of these left.
Oh, wow.
That's it. They sold out last time. We got more. This is sold out almost. Couple left. Be quick. Don't forget there are a few more opportunities for Rainbow, but we had the same restock quantities, so it's likely to sell out as well. If you want the rainbow or the lilac, you will need to be very, very quick. Gorgeous. Thank you, Jenny.
My pleasure.
Right. Make me a quilt.
Oh, just quick, all of them.
Yes,
in
please.
one go right now.
Well, make me a block. Please.
Right, I've done a few different examples. I started doing the purple one, but then I really wanted to play with the rainbow fabric as well. So I just thought I would do 2 rows in the purple so people could see sometimes it's clearer when it's down like this.
Agreed.
So I just thought I'd have a little play with those.
Oh, it's lovely.
I know, and I'm going to work on the orange one, but first I just wanted to show you a little bit of the cutting of the panel. So what I suggest is when you get the panels, this time round, they've got fabric A, B, C or D on top, just above the fabric this time round, because I refer to them which one to use for which number.
Understood.
So what I suggest is when you cut the fabrics out from the panel, get a little sticky note and just write or pin the fabric letters to them so you just don't get confused. It will just make life easier. So as usual, I've said how many you need to cut from which fabric to make it nice and simple. But with fabric, it's fabric A. The long, thin one. What you need to do, I've said it in the pattern, but sometimes it's easier explained.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So from fabric A, you need to cut. It says how many? 16 5.5 by 4.5 inch squares. So I'm just going to cut. Going to cut 2 of those. It will all explain itself. I tell you to group your fabrics before you start sewing as well.
Okay.
Because then if you have all the fabrics you need, 16 groups of fabric, then you can just go. I always find that easier.
Definitely.
So what was that? That was 5.5. So I'm just going to cut 2.
So 5.5 by 6.5.
By 4.5.
Oh, 4.5.
Yeah. I've got my, what do you want to call it with me? It's my foundation.
Rotary cutter.
Rotary cutter.
Oh,
yeah.
do you keep one for foundation pieces?
Yes. So
Why?
actually cutting the fabric out, I'll use my fabric rotary cutter because at the end, once you've made one block, you're going to trim down through the paper. So I find that it blunts it a bit quicker.
Oh, okay.
So I just have 2 rotary cutters, one for cutting fabric and one I keep for all my foundation paper pieces.
Understood. It's just a regular rotary cutter. You just keep it for cutting paper.
Yeah, I trim off the fabric with it as well during the process of FPP, but I wouldn't cut all my shapes out with it.
Gotcha.
I have to press a little bit harder with it.
Gotcha.
Right, let me get that out of the way. Right, so I've just cut 2, and the reason why I've cut 2 is because these ones, you're going to cut on the diagonal, but you're going to pair them, but you're going to cut on the opposite diagonal. So after I wrote the pattern, I send my patterns off to my dad and my mum just to read through them. My dad, he was like, no, you just don't need to do that. You can just cut them on the same diagonal and they'll work. He had to come round so I could show him why it would work, because they are one-sided fabrics. So actually, when you place them on the shapes, if you haven't got one of each diagonal, it won't cover it.
No, of course not. You need a left facing and a right facing.
But that's the kind of thing that can be quite hard to get your head round when you start FPP. But I've done it for you. I've explained it, because there's nothing worse with FPP. Cutting a shape you think is going to cover it, but then because you're doing it on the back and flipping it over, then it doesn't cover.
No, right.
And you have to undo 1.2 stitch length.
And have you included kind of that wiggle room to make it easy?
I have indeed.
Cool.
Always for these.
Trust the process.
Trust the process. So what you want to do is you want one square cut on one way and the other square, rectangle even, they're not squares, are they? Because then you wouldn't need to do that. There we go. And what you're going to do then is take one from each.
Got you.
So that's actually 2 groups there now.
Got you.
Because you need one of each per group.
Understood.
So I just found it easier to cut them in 2s, so I could have one go that way, one go that way, and then you don't have to faff around.
Great.
Okay, so
no faffing.
Yeah, exactly. I just felt it was important to show that this time. I don't often show cutting the shapes because it's pretty
So
self-explanatory.
for every foundation, you give us a list of cut these size pieces.
From Fabric A, cut this many pieces. This will be used for FPP number 1.
Brilliant.
So it's really clear, you know exactly which is going to be used for what.
Love that. So if you've never done FPP before or foundation paper piecing, this is your chance. It's a great way in from a master. Yeah, it's true though.
That's what they say.
Learn from the best.
So I've started. How nice is that in orange?
It looks
It's
amazing.
like horizon
Yeah.
right now. So I've done the first row and I've actually made 4 of the second row, but we'll sew those together later. I'll show you actually how to make a block. So the templates this time, when you get them, you've got 2 pages repeated photocopy. They're already done for you. But these ones say rows 1 and 3 on one page, and the others say rows 2 and 4. This is so you don't have to rotate the shapes around to put them together. So if you see this one's at the bottom, this triangle's at the bottom, this is at the top.
Yes.
You can just rotate your block when you're sewing it together, but you're likely to get one in the wrong.
Oh, okay. Cool. You really have thought every process.
I have,
through.
haven't I?
You have, Jenny.
I have tried. And if you can see on rows 1 and 3, you've got 1 triangle there and 1 there. Well, that's because those 2 will sew together to make that. And then you'll use another rows 1 and 3 to sew together to make those.
Got you. Yeah.
It's just really easy. So obviously those ones, this row is repeated for row 3. And then you've got rows 2 and row 4 will be the same.
Got you.
So that's how I've done it. You've got enough of all of them.
Again,
I feel
trust the
very
process.
I feel very organised this month with this.
I think you should probably be wearing a power suit
Yeah.
and carry a briefcase. You're
Yeah.
so on it.
On it. Right, so what you want to do when you get your templates is you want to cut just outside the dash line. I never say on the dash line because it's nice to know if your fabric's covering the whole of the paper at the end, you know you've got plenty of fabric
You've
on
done
there.
a great job.
And you're not going to be a little bit less in the seams.
Got some love for you, Cheryl's message. Morning, student Jenny. It's a horrible rainy day outside, but I got my rainbow block too. Eventually, I mistakenly ordered block 1 first. Easily done, easily done. Glad you got the right one. Susan says, beautiful quilt.
Oh,
beautiful
thank
quilt. And Gillian says, good morning, student Jenny.
Hi. Right, so I've just cut out the template just outside the dash lines, and then what I do is everyone foundation paper piece is slightly different, it seems, but I pre-fold all my lines because I find that in later steps when you're flipping and folding the templates, if you've got those pre-folded lines, it's just a bit easier, a bit quicker, because then you're not having to try and fold along the line when you've already got fabric attached.
I have a
You've
friend
already
who
got a little.
stitches the
Oh, I think you told me this.
Yeah.
And I thought that's a lot of effort.
Yes, I agree with you. I agree with you. But the reason why, she pre-stitches all of the lines with a regular stitch length, no thread in the machine, to just gently perforate. And then when she sews the foundation, she uses a regular stitch length, not a short stitch length.
So, right. So then if she
needs
goes
to
wrong.
unpick, it's easy. But there's 2 lots of
Stitching.
holes, which perforates it enough to remove the paper. So it's sort of, if you
I
think
get
you're going to
that.
make lots of mistakes,
Yeah.
it's quite a good method.
Yeah.
But if you're Jenny Jackson and you never make a mistake,
stop.
Jenny, you don't.
That's lies.
You don't need to.
Just realised I didn't get my pins out.
Oh, Jenny.
I know. So much for the organisation.
Get that suit off.
Take it off. Drop
Put your
the
normal
briefcase.
clothes on. I was talking about shoulder pads earlier. Did you ever wear shoulder pads?
No, I missed that.
Did you? You're a lot younger than me. Kirsty and I were reminiscing work with Kirsty. She says, morning, Stuart. We were only discussing C&A with my husband yesterday. I got both my trench coats from the Clock House section.
We were just
The
talking about
Clock
Clock House.
House.
I got most of my a lot of my clothes growing up there.
In the 80s, she says, can't get into either of them now, but you never know. I won't throw them away. I might slim down. Who knows?
Who knows? Who knows? Right, so I've got a group of fabrics. So I've got 2 of the triangles, 1 from each of those that we cut earlier. 2 rectangles and a small triangle. So obviously all you need to do is check which triangle you want to use. It has to cover the whole of one. So that is not the right one. This is. Can you see that that just, if I placed it on that one, you would be off the edge there, okay? And you've got loads of fabric spare up there. So just that is the reason why you have to take one from each diagonal cut so that they fit nicely. So you can see that fits beautifully. So I am going to just pin that fabric to number 1. I always hold it up to the light as well. That's a good way of checking that your fabric is going to cover the right section. So I've pre-folded my line already. So now I've just got to fold again on the line I folded there. It's the line of number 1. And I'm going to trim off that excess ruler using the add a quarter ruler. So this is the only bit of kit I say for foundation paper piecing that just makes life so much easier.
Absolutely. I've got a bundle actually of 2. And you get the 12-inch and the 6-inch versions. So useful to have both, isn't it?
So for last month, I used the small one the whole time. For this month, I need to use the bigger one because it needs that slightly longer length.
Yeah. Yeah, and especially when you're going diagonally, even across quite a small block, you need the longer length to go across the diagonal. So brilliant to have both. $24.99 for both. They come in a pack together. They're your best friend, aren't they?
Oh, yeah.
They are your best friend. I do have the short one, the 6-inch one on its own as well. But as you said, you use the long one for this block.
Yeah.
So.
Right, so I've cut off, so you've just got 1/4 of an inch fabric now, that side of the fold. Then it's opening the template up again, taking your fabric number 2. I know it's this one because I've already made 4 blocks, but if you've got that note of which fabric's which, or you can pin it to one group, say your last group of fabrics, your 16th group, you could just pin a little fabric A, B, C on those, or 1, 2, 3, so you know it's probably better to actually write 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on them, and then you can just refer to that if you forget which one you're using for which. Right, so you want to line that up against the cut of the fabric, but what I've always say to do is flip it over and make sure it's going to cover, because if you see, if I lined it up there, it wouldn't cover the shape, but you probably can't see very well. You might be able to see my fold there. This shape ends here.
Actually, do you know, that's a really, the pen has dropped for me why pre-folding the lines is such a smart idea. Because, of course, you can see them on, but it's on the wrong side. But you can see the folds from that side.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
so
always
I can
going to
see where
pre-fold my
that.
foundations.
You can see exactly, even though you can hold it up to the light, but I can see that's where it is. So it needs to be at least 1/4 of an inch over that fold there. And then just fold it in so you've got 1/4 of an inch inside there, and you just check, you know it's going to cover, then you take it to your machine. You want to have your stitch length, I always use 1.2 for foundation paper piecing. That means it's going to tear that paper away easily at the end. And then what you need to do is start a couple of stitches before the line you're going to sew on, and finish a couple of stitches after that, so when you're folding the paper back later, you don't rip the stitches.
Okay.
They're so small they won't come undone anyway.
Got you.
But it means, you know, you're not going to lose anything, you're not going to have any gaps in your work.
Sure. While Jenny just sews this, just want to let you know, block 2, April, in the lilac and block and the rainbow as well, selling really fast. If you want to get those, grab them. Now, in terms of block number 1, March, the lilac, pink, purple colourway has sold out. However, if you want to get involved today and you're like, oh, I can't because the first block sold out again, get month 2 today. I know you haven't already got month, but we will be restocking them. That's a guarantee.
Yeah.
We will be restocking them. So if you get month 2 and you haven't done month 1, it's not a problem. Next month, you have my word, we'll have month 1 available.
Yeah, we restocked all through last year's.
Every single month we had the previous months.
We could be, let's say we were in September and all of a sudden February's was finished.
Yeah.
Order some.
We
So that-
restocked.
yeah,
We
yeah.
restocked, exactly. You know, this is one of the benefits of having the printed panels
Yes.
because, you know, if it was Moda Fabric, that can sell out and you can never get it again.
And also
These we can
so
reprint.
hard to do for a year and costly.
Yes, exactly, exactly. So yeah, even though month 1 in the lilacs, purples, pinks has sold out again, you can still get involved, buy month 2 today and get month 1 next month.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jenny.
No, it's fine. So I've sewn between lines 1 and 2, again starting just a couple of stitches before and finishing a couple after. Then you're going to flip your template over and you are just going to seam roll that fabric. If you don't have a seam roller, but again, they're really great, especially if you can't be bothered to get up and go to the iron each time, like me.
I like the way yours is orange to match your fabrics.
I know, I've had it years.
I've got one. It's exactly the same, but it's red instead of orange. $6.99. These are lovely.
Oh, honestly,
Lovely.
and like I said, this fabric, panel fabric, the way it crisps with the seam with this roller,
Yeah.
oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah, and they feel really nice in your hand as well. They've been really nicely designed, actually, to be ergonomic. You don't need to iron with these. You can just use.
I roll making all the blocks. The only time I iron is when I've sewn the blocks together
Yes.
to get those seams open.
Yeah. Also, these are great if you're working with fabrics you can't iron because they're delicate or they'd melt, like PU, faux leather.
Yeah, they're great.
Great. A few more messages. Marion from Essex, windy Essex, in fact, says, "Hi, Stuart and Jenny from a very wet and windy Essex. Love the quilt. I've ordered block 1 and 2 in rainbow and block 2 of the purple. I missed block 1. Will there be any more of block 1 in purple?" Marion, you absolute superstar. You've done exactly what we suggested. Yes, absolutely. By month 2 in confidence, we will have more block 1s next month. We will have more month 2s next month. We're friends. You'd do that for us, wouldn't you?
100%.
Always, you see. Lynn says, "Morning, Stuart, Jenny and crew. I've just finished the bag you had in last week and sewed the lining Jenny's way. Thank you. It was so much easier and neater. Why aren't we taught this?" Thank you, Jenny.
Oh, what did I do?
What did I do? I love that. I love that. I haven't got a clue. Steph says, "Morning, Jenny. Fab nails. How do you sew with such long nails?"
Oh, thank you very much. We always have a close-up of the nails every time.
Always.
I actually can't sew without long nails. I can't do anything without them now. During lockdown, when I couldn't have my nails done,
Yeah.
how do I do anything?
Yeah.
But these now, mine have grown so much. They're my natural nails.
Oh, are they?
Yeah,
Oh,
they are
very
now.
good. Yeah.
But yeah, I can't sew without them.
Well,
Right, so we've done...
keep them.
I will. I will. And I like getting fun designs each month. Right, so we've added the second fabric. So now it's flipping that template over again. Can remove this pin now, I don't need it anymore. And we're going to fold between 2 and 3. Again, I've already pre-folded, so it's going to fold nice and easy. You're not going to have to bother faffing with that. And we're just going to trim off that excess fabric again by lining up the ruler. That's the thing about these adder quarters, is you just hit you can't go any further.
No, it's like a little lip, isn't it?
It is, it's amazing. And then it's open that template up again and flip over. You're going to add fabric number 3 and you're just going to line that up and check it's going to cover the whole of section 3 nicely. Hold or pin it in place. You can pin it in place if you're worried it's going to move. And again, it's exactly the same as before. Start just before the line and then trace the line with the needle.
I notice you always use your extension cable when you're doing foundation piecing.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Do you know, I only don't use it if I'm sewing round a bag top
Yeah,
that you
fair enough.
don't that you can't fit round
Sure.
the table. I just find it comfortable for my wrists. Things stay on it, they don't flop off the end.
Yeah.
I just find I can go in a straighter line better if I've
Each
got
block
my
flat
table
as
on.
well, doesn't it? Where it's like got the paper on it.
I actually can't imagine not having a table
No,
now.
they are so useful.
There we go. So we've sewn there. I know someone else has said that to me before. You don't need your table on that. You're only using a little piece of fabric. Yeah, but I like it.
Yeah. No, I'm the same. I do the same.
And then we're just going to seam roll that fabric. Make sure if you don't have a roller that you do press between each stage.
With or without steam?
Without, because you've got
Without.
paper. It doesn't need steam, especially this lovely fabric. It just doesn't need it. But make sure you do, because if you don't, you're going to get those just
Yep.
dodgy looking
Pleats.
seams. Yeah, pleats. And then that's going to cause you mayhem when you come to quilt.
Yeah. Well, especially if you send it to a long armour.
Oh,
big
yeah, it
pleat,
won't
it's
be
the kind
happy.
of thing that it can get stuck in.
Yeah, and when you're trying to do it yourself as well.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, it's a nightmare, isn't it? Right, so now we're going to fold between 3 and 4 along that line. Trim off that excess fabric. I do like cutting all my fabric in one go for foundation paper piecing, and then I just can whiz through some blocks.
And do you tend to make one block or one unit at a time?
I do tend to, because I've got my fabrics grouped. I find it easier. I'm less likely to put the wrong fabric in the wrong place and stuff like that. Right, so this is the other large triangle which was cut on the opposite diagonal. As you can see, this fits perfectly on there. Just make sure you haven't got it too far up, because look again, if you do that, you're going nowhere near where you want to cover. So always just have, see, I've done that too far up. Just have a faff with it and make sure you've got that in the right place.
Do you find after a while you sort of get in the groove? After you've made a few of these, you know exactly where to place each
100%,
piece?
yeah, definitely. But you know, even though with all the confidence in the world, I still check every single time.
Yeah.
I always check, because I just hate picking 1.2-inch stitch length. Then your paper does
Absolutely.
start ripping a bit, and oh yeah, I just don't have time for
Yeah,
that.
you just don't need it.
I've been-
Lovely message from Kim. She says, morning, handsome Stuart. You. And beautiful, Jenny.
Oh, thanks, Kimmy B.
Fabulous products from Jen, as always. Love to all.
Aw.
Super, super busy for this.
Lovely, Kimmy.
Super busy. Jenny,
Yes.
once you've just shown that, I want to have a little look at the quilt again with you. But just show us what you've done.
Oh, yep. So I've added the 4th fabric.
Yep.
So now I've just got to add number 5.
Yeah,
Do
finish
you want me
the
to
last
add
one.
number
Yes,
5?
please.
I've seam rolled it. Then I'm going to fold over. So here you can see where I've overstitched those lines by
Yeah.
the 2 or 3 stitches, like I told you to, because now you're going to fold that back, which means you've got to pull that fabric. And as you can see, the stitching has not come undone, but you need that stitching, because if you didn't, you could end up with a little holy hole.
Little gap, yeah.
No one needs that. So then we're going to just trim off that excess fabric the same way as we did before. Open it out, pop your last fabric from
Ooh,
that
that looks the
group on.
business.
And for this one, it's really easy to tell where you've placed it, because that point will be right in the middle of
Yeah.
those 2 lines.
But I still noticed you flipped it back
I
just
did.
to check. It becomes second nature.
It really
doesn't it?
does. It really
The
does.
first time we all try foundation paper piecing, we were like, what? On the rock? How? I'm never
know.
going to get this. And then it becomes second nature.
I know. Yeah, and with that checking, it's the first time. You will always check after you've had to undo a long line of 1.2.
Yeah.
You'll never risk it for a chocolate biscuit again. You just won't. There we go.
Ooh, now I really want a chocolate biscuit.
I love a chocolate biscuit. Do you know what I really like at the moment? It's, you know the malted milks?
Yeah.
They've got them with a layer of,
Oh,
like a
stop
digestive
it,
chocolate with just a lot, because
stop
I always called them
Stop
moo
it.
cow biscuits, but they've got a layer of milk chocolate over like digestive stew. Oh my goodness me, obsessed. I need to not be. There we go. I've added the final fabric for that. Do you want to show the quilt and then I can show the
Yeah,
next
let's have a
stages?
quick look. It's absolutely beautiful. It is in the lead. It is in the lead. Now, block 1 has sold out currently, you can still get involved. Get month 2. No, Stuart, and then I'll only have 11 blocks. You won't, because next month we'll have month 1 again. I promise. I promise. I'm really blending in with this quilt.
You really are.
Month 2, month 3, looking forward to this. Month 4 and 5 and 6. So they're put together in the order that you make them.
Yeah, well, I'm not adding the sashing until right at the end. So if you decide you want them in a different order, you can. It wasn't like last year where we did strip, you add the strip, you add the... Although if you didn't sew the strips each month to each other, you could have put them in any order. Yeah. So if you want to faff around with the rainbow one and put it in a different order, you totally can.
Yeah. Love that. Love that.
But I am making them in the month of these made-up quilts.
Yeah, it's a beautiful, beautiful quilt. Absolutely stunning. Now, yes, although month 1 has sold out, do we have any of month 2, Hannah, available? We do still have some available for month 2. So if you've already done month 1 or you've got it yet to do, get month 2 in now so you've got it in the bag. Because even though each month we will replenish the stocks, you never know when you're going to have a spare afternoon or a spare hour.
So true.
Yeah. And what's lovely about these is they're small units. You can make one in half an hour tops.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Once you've made the first few.
That's you, Jenny.
Well, no, once you've made the first few of these ones in particular, you'll get really quick at these ones. They're very, very simple. More simple than last month's. Yeah. Definitely.
So once you've done to that stage, which I've got to say looks like a rather wonderful shooting star or a rocket.
Yeah.
What do we do then? Because at the moment it's not very square.
Yeah, it's not very square. So you flip it over here. And then using a ruler, I suggest you use the same ruler throughout because 1/4 inches differ. I'm really funny about that. I found that different brands, different things, your 1/4 inch can be slightly different. So I tend to just use my trusty ruler. And what you need to do now is you need to line up your 1/4 inch mark on your ruler with the solid line, not with the dash line. Mark it up with the solid line because again, with printing, my printer of that 1/4 inch where the dashed is might be slightly different to your ruler. So I always say line up with that solid line and trim off the excess paper and the excess fabric.
Okay.
You're going to go all the way around the block doing that. And take your time with this. Make sure your line is perfectly on top of that solid line.
Yes. And don't cut on the solid line.
Yeah, don't do that or you're going to have tiny, teeny blocks.
It's happened in class.
Oh, yeah, it's easily done.
It is easily
Especially,
done.
well, that's probably why I drum it in every single month. I'm like, cut on the solid line.
Don't cut on the solid line.
Yeah, sorry. No, don't listen to me.
Do you think that's why it keeps happening, Jenny?
Yeah,
cut on the solid.
No, put your ruler on the solid line.
Put your ruler on the
solid line.
Mark
it up.
Yeah.
Mark your 1/4 inch on the solid line.
Yeah.
And then cut your 1/4 inch away from the solid line.
Because your solid lines are always sewing lines.
Yes,
so when you sew the units together, you're sewing on that solid line.
Exactly that.
So you've got to cut 1/4 inch away.
Whew. I blame the torrential rain this morning.
Oh, well, it's exhausting driving in bad weather because you've got to concentrate every
Bad dark
second.
weather as well because you just could not see the standing water because so much stretch of the motorway has no lights. And my last 50 minutes or so of the journey was in the light. It started to get light, which was very nice.
Much nicer. We're so glad you're here and we're able to make it. The weather is awful at the moment.
Come rain or shine, I'll be here, darling.
Jenny always turns up. Bless her.
Right, that is one of the 16 blocks done. So obviously your next one...
Are they all coloured the same as well, by the way? Is every single unit the same?
Yes, it is. Even when I've twisted the templates for you, it is still numbered, so the numbers match. And it will all come out looking...
Fantastic. Fantastic.
Pretty like this. So I've already done 4 here, and I always suggest before you sew them together, make sure your templates are the right way up and in the correct order. So you always want the little triangles facing each other. Sets of 2, templates are printed like that. But, you know, when you're sewing, they'll get mixed up. So you always just want to check that when you're doing row 2, you've got one of the templates that says rows 2 and 4, and then that you've got 2 facing that way and 2 facing that way.
Gotcha.
I try to make it simple. So what you want to do now is you want to take your first 2, place those right sides together. I'll have to reline this up when I go to the machine. You can pin if you want, but what you want to do now is you want to sew from the very top of the, where there's no line, the very top, above and then down the solid line, using that as your stitching line, and straight off the edge.
Are you still using your short stitch?
Still using your short stitch because you're still going through paper.
Understood.
So I'm going to take that over, and it always moves, so make sure I've lined that up nicely again. There we go. So starting from the very top this time, not just a couple of stitches before the line, tracing the line. And straight off it. If you worry about going wonky in that tiny gap, you could draw.
Yeah.
Just pencil in, line up your ruler with the solid line there, and just draw the lines on. If you get a bit, you know, if you get a bit worried that that 1/4 inch you could start a bit wrong and go.
Sewing
It's
on a line
so
is
easy to
such
do.
a hand to hold, isn't it?
Yeah.
It really
Yeah.
boosts your confidence.
Yeah, definitely. And you can always ask me any questions if you have any. So what I do now is I remove the paper, but only from the seam that I've just sewn, because I'm going to press that seam open, but also if you don't remove the paper from the seams, when I sew these together like this, you would end up getting paper stuck in that seam.
Tiny little
Just tiny
bits.
annoying bits. You have to get your tweezers out.
You know, I picked this tip up from you a few months ago, and I do it every time now.
The
It's
seam,
made
the paper out
such a
the seam.
difference.
Yeah.
It's made
That is the only paper I will remove though until the end. So what I would usually do is press this seam open right now, but I'm going to add the other ones and then press them all in one go, because then I can just get I don't have to keep taking the pressing mat out. So what I'm going to do is add the 3rd one, and it's pointing away because it's going against this, so it's just...
I love how
that
your
one
triangles
open.
have just lined up absolutely perfectly in that seam.
Well, that is the beauty of paper piecing, because if I'm openly admit, if I was doing that without paper piecing, I highly doubt it would have been like that.
Right, yeah. It makes everyone a more accurate sewer.
It really does.
The other thing as well, of course, is I could make a unit, you could make a unit, and they'll fit together.
Yes.
In foundation piecing. If I sewed a 4-patch and you sewed a 4-patch,
Yeah,
they would
wouldn't
not be the
fit.
same size.
No. And do you know what even hilarious is English paper piecing. If my mum was to sew 4 of my 1-inch hexies together,
Yeah.
and then I sewed 4 separately, and we
Right.
line them up, they might be a little bit different, because
Really?
my tension of the hand sewing is
Right.
different. So mine could be tighter.
Wild.
So the fabrics will be closer together, and you know, loads of those smidges
Yeah.
add up in a quilt.
Yeah.
Yeah, we noticed that because we did. She did some prep work for me, and I finished it, and I was like, oh, looks a bit different now.
Did you have a word?
I didn't mind. It was fine. There we go. So I've just sewn exactly the way I did from the very top and off. You see how easily that paper comes off? It's really satisfying, you know, when you're taking it all out
Agreed.
of a block. See, I will keep the rest in until I've added those, the borders and everything, because
Right.
I use it as a guide, because I still have these outer pieces to use as a stitch
To
guide.
stitch on.
Yeah. And then you're definitely, because if you take that off, it's not so much with this block, but with some of the others. If you take that off before you add the borders, your 1/4 inch, you might end up losing the point. So keep those papers in. So I'm going to add the final one. Then do I have time to press these open and then add it to the next
definitely.
row?
Yeah,
Oh,
for
he's coming in
sure.
behind.
Oh,
What are you up to? There he is.
Taking lovely things.
All the pretties.
Taking lovely things. Oh, I like this. Oh, that's really cute. Love that. Look at this. Is this new today?
Yes.
Oh, look.
It's got some stuffing in it, but it hasn't got any wadding or anything, so actually it's really slouchy. It's just I put some H640 inside.
I'll take it out for a second just so you can see. Oh, this is lush. This is coming up at 11 o'clock, by the way. This is the slouch bag, EPP. We've got the bundle as well. Is this Liberty?
Yes.
That's really cute, Jenny. I love that bag. That's really super.
Oh, is it not on?
There's like a little magnetic snap there. So that's really cool. We've got that. That's brand new. We've got bundles and we've got the pattern as well with EPP pieces.
Do you have to put this up when it's warming up?
Oh,
Oh, I've never used it. I'm so excited.
Press that button there till it goes green. It took me ages.
Oh,
to
but
work
it's gone
it out.
green.
Yeah, no, because I just pressed it.
Oh, so is it ready already?
No, but when you switch it on, it's just a red light and it won't ever heat up until you press the button.
Oh, and does it have to be up to heat?
No, it can.
You can put it on
either
that?
way. You can put it up. Yeah. You can put it
I've
on
been
the
dreaming of this moment.
It's its soulmate. I'm not even kidding. That's what it's called. We've also got the long box. It's not a box, Jenny.
It's not a box, it's a pouch. It should say long box pouch. I
does
do
now.
have a long box.
Oh,
Yeah, I do have a
But this isn't
storage
it.
box. That's not it.
that's not it. It's not it.
They're like
But
knitting
this-
needle sized.
Awesome. Love the method as well for this.
My fave.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Yeah. Got both of these. This is brand new. Absolutely in love with that. This is at 11 o'clock, by the way.
Right, I'm just going to use the iron. I'm so
Go
excited.
for it.
And
it lights up.
I know, I'm so excited. This is my dream. I keep waiting for them to come back in stock. And what you want to do is I like for these to press the seams open.
Yes.
For this pattern in particular. Sometimes I find on foundation paper piecing you don't need to. It really depends on where all your points end up and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But take your time, make sure it's open nicely as well. There's no need to rush it. Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
I'm in love.
It's a dream, isn't it?
It is. Oh, oh, I want it. I want it. I'm going to move this. Oh, I've just seen the time. That has flown by.
Yes.
Right, well,
Got a couple of people asking the same question, Jenny. We'll run it
Yes.
past you. Hi, beautiful people. Love how you started there, Judith. First FPP project. Could it be done as quilt as you go method? Love you guys, Jude.
I don't see why not. It will be
100%.
absolutely fine because you've got your sashing between the blocks. So, yeah, you can.
100%.
Fab. Right, shall I just show you what to do the next stage? We don't need to do it. So what I would do is I've got row 2, row 1 above. I'll put row 1 down. You can see facing me now, my EPP number, FPP numbers are upside down, but that's fine because I know I've placed it like that. And then I'm going to line it all up perfectly. And so from the very end, all the way across, take that paper out those seams, press those seams open. So that's how easy it is to sew them together. And you have all those lines to follow still because you've not taken your papers out. And yeah, then that would be 2 rows. So that is what it would look like in the yellow, orange one.
In the orange,
Yellow.
beautiful,
Orange.
beautiful. I think this is very beginner friendly.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
If you've never done foundation paper piecing before,
Yeah.
such a great way of doing it because you're building skills over
Yeah.
the months.
If you've never done it before, I would even say do block 2, so today's, before you do the first one. Because thinking about it, this one is easier than the first month. The first month is still beginner friendly, but this one is even easier.
There's smaller pieces, there's more of them, aren't
Yeah,
there?
more pieces, smaller pieces. So I would say do this one first and then go and do
Great.
marches.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. Jenny, what a fabulous hour.
Thanks.
Now, let me just recap what we have before we go to a break. So, block 2, April, for rainbow. Let's start with that. And here it is. more of them in baskets than we have available. If we sell out today, then we will have more next month. So don't worry if you can't get it today. But all I would say is if you can, get it today, because then if you've got a bit of spare time between now and next month, you'll keep up. Whereas I think if you say, oh, well, I'll get it next month, then you may start to sort of fall behind. I don't know. There's no rush, but Block 1 has sold out for both rainbow and lilac and purple, all right? We will get more of month 1, but hey, jump in with month 2 and, you know, then we can pick up month 1 next month.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, and then the lilac and the purple for month 2, April, here it is. And here is what you need. You get your panel, and you get your instructions, plus every single one of the foundations that you need is already pre-printed for you. You don't have to do any photocopying or tracing or nothing. You've also got master copies. Hang on to those, don't use them, keep them in a file, because any one of these blocks would make the most beautiful quilt in its own right.
Yeah, borders.
So you're actually getting 13 quilts.
Yeah.
Because you're getting 12 quilt blocks that you can use as a sampler or individually.
Yeah, and they'll all fit together. What you could, you could just do, take one from each and do them in rows.
Oh, nice.
But they will all fit together.
Yeah. But I mean, a whole quilt in just this design.
Yeah.
Or just this would be amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Or cushions.
Cushions,
or
yeah, I was
table
going to
runners.
say.
Oh,
Cushions to match your quilt.
Way oversubscribed though. April, way oversubscribed in the lilacs, blues and purples. So if you want to get yours and guarantee that you've got it, then please check out your basket right now. Okay, Jenny, we're going to go to a little break.
Yeah.
You're back at 11.
I am indeed.
Can't wait, with your brand new slouchy bag, fallen in love with this, and your long box pouch.
I am.
But you and I, we're not going anywhere, because straight after the break, I've got last of stock of Janet Clare's amazing Bluebell collection, plus some fabulous tools that you will not want to miss.
Hello, I'm Sandra Rushton and I'm the owner of Sanntangle. Sanntangle is a system of art that allows anybody to draw wonderful pieces and creations that you can use not just for paper craft but for sewing, for wood, ceramics, anything that you feel that you could actually put something on to enhance how it looks. So I'm delighted that Sewing Street have invited me to come and show you some of my tips and techniques, and hopefully I'm going to be able to show you how you can create wonderful pieces of art and include it maybe in your quilts, your embroidery, your sewing and any of the other projects that you love to do.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1 P&P with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Gosh, that was a busy hour. We're having a very, very buoyant morning. It's lovely to have your company on this National Blueberry Pie Day. What a lovely excuse for a blueberry pie. We're all, you know, everybody this morning seems to be talking about food. I think Hannah's feeling a little bit munchy. I'm feeling munchy. Charlie's feeling munchy. All Charlie can talk about is getting a Chinese takeaway. So all I can hear in my ear constantly, it's awful. Anyway, let's talk fabric. I did not get a pasty yesterday. Nope. Right, okay, let's move on. Janet Clare, what have you done to us? What have you done to us? My lovely, lovely friend Janet Clare. This is incredible. It's only ever been on once before. I did the launch show with Janet and it was incredible. It was so busy. Some of the fabrics sold out completely. We do not have enough of these to even offer a mega bundle, so it's all by the half metre. This is Janet's brand new collection. It's called Bluebell, and it was inspired by her experiments in cyanotype photography, one of the very early sort of trials of photography, using a chemical on paper and then basically the power of the sun to create these reverse images, these shadow images. Anyway, these are printed, but they're cut by Moda and they're digital prints, so the colours are incredible. So here's the first one. It's called Herschel Florals Leaf Sun Print in Prussian Blue. Have a look at the detail, it's incredible. So the process is, on paper, if you do CN-tap, you kind of soak the paper or paint the paper in this chemical, then lay your leaves, or I've seen it done with like screws and nails and, you know, all sorts of bits and bobs, scissors, pins. And then sunlight exposure causes the background to turn dark blue, and what's under the leaves or the screws or whatever to sort of remain light. Isn't it incredible? Obviously, this is then taking those images and then digitally printing them on fabric. Absolutely beautiful, great for dressmaking, great for quilting, great for bag making. It's so beautiful. 849.5 metre, this is brand new, this is last of stock, and it's only ever been on once before. It'll soon sell out, I'm sure. Stuart, this fabric's even better in the wild than on the TV. I love that phrase. I purchased the quilt and some extra fabric when Janet was on, and I just had to have it. That's from Adrian in Norfolk. It's absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? When I saw this fabric, it's like, I need that. You know, when you, it's like not just I want it, it's like I need that fabric because it has got a vibrancy and just gorgeousness to it. And also as well, it feels very, like this fabric here, feels very, you know, traditional. But also feels really modern too. There's something arty, there's something striking about it, but it also really appeals to my kind of traditional, cozy side, my vintage side, but it also has a modern, fresh, arty vibrancy to it as well. So I just think it's a stonking range. It ticks every box. And the quality of the fabric is sublime. Moda actually said Janet's ranges are normally screen printed, and Moda said to Janet straight away, we will need to digitally print this because that's the only way we're going to get those vibrant colours and also the soft subtleties, the shading. Because of course with screen printing, your colours are limited. Every colour has to be a separate screen. Whereas with digital, you can have 1,000 shades of blue in one fabric. Right, next up, I'm going to grab this fabric here, which ends 1-8. This is musical notation with leaves. Again, this was done originally as a cyanotype print. So it was sheet music that Janet photocopied onto acetate and then lay that over the sort of chemical infused paper and then the leaves and then exposed it to sunlight. This was the print that came out of it. Isn't it cool? So beautiful. And I love, this is a really non-traditional striped fabric because of course you can use this, it behaves in exactly how you might use a striped fabric. Look at that for a sashing or a border or a binding. Absolutely superb. Love, love, love this fabric. And really love, you've got the different blues, you've got dark blues, you've got mid and you've got light, but you've also got these really beautiful, vibrant jade greens, which just add a real sort of natural freshness. Right, ending 9-5. So this is the same print, but in a darker blue. And I'll show you in a second the two side by side. So this is the current fabric. I'll give you those details. 849.5 metre, and cut toward ends 9-5. Right. There we go. Thank you. I forgot what I was going to say. Anyway, there's the lighter. So that's the dark blue. Those are the details on screen, and this is the one I just showed you a few moments ago. No, not at all. I was rambling. Right, next up, this is ever so clever, this one. This ends 5-7. So this one, I was looking and I was thinking, what is that? I love it. What is it? Where's that come from? When you've got Amy Smith coming really close. And so what this was, Janet had done loads of samples. That's close enough. Stop right there. Right. she'd got loads of samples, and imagine postcards with the printing that was done on one side. When she flipped the postcard over, there was a bit of dye, if you like, had gone around the edge of the postcard, and that's what these are. You can see the little rectangle of postcard, and she's just kind of flipped the image. Isn't it clever? I would love a shirt made in that. Remember, this is cut to order, so if you want 2.5 meters, just order 5 units. I'm just going to show you the one in cream now. This ends 5.3, and I think now you know what they are, you'll see them straight away on this fabric. You'll see the postcards, you'll see the little blue edging. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that lovely? You can see them now, can't you? You can see the little postcards. Also, this is the perfect fabric. If you want to do patchwork and you need your light background, this is perfect. £8.49. The quality of the fabric, I know I've said this already, but it is absolutely beautiful. It's so kind of has this beautiful, like almost silky feel to it. It's delish. Right, next up, ending 3.9. Now this is a script fabric, which of course I can't resist. There's only 3.5 meters of this. Now this was actually a vintage, very old will that Janet found, I think in an old bookshop or something like that, that she then again photocopied onto acetate, lay that over the fabric in the sun, and this is what it created. Again, it's amazing, isn't it? Remember, all of these fabrics are very, very limited. Right, same print, but in a lighter blue. This ends 02. This is a lovely sort of, almost like slatey blue. I'll just show you. Here's the navy that we just saw. And then this is the graphics that are on screen now. It's that lovely, soft, slatey blue. And just to show you, there's lots of other lovely fabrics in these sets. Look at that combo. I'll show you this one next. Beautiful, isn't it? Just lovely and fresh. You know, if you want to do kind of nature floral, but you don't want to do kind of the traditional floral, do you know what I mean? I think this is a beautiful alternative to that. Right, let's do that fabric, ending 1-2. This is going to sell out because it's absolutely beautiful. There's only 2 meters left, and I want it. But you'll get there before me. I actually had a shirt in almost this fabric. I did, yeah, with these on. It was from Marks and Spencer's years ago, but it's like autumn leaves in this sort of, yeah, lovely though, gorgeous. That'll sell out. Now, next up, these are little, almost bluebell florets ending 87. In the deep blue, this would be a lovely shirt too, wouldn't it? Yes, yes, yes. Somebody Seto. Is it Yeko Seto? I think, yeah. Yeah, no, it does have a look. And also this reminds me of kind of Civil War reproduction fabrics, which Janet is a huge fan of, I'm a huge fan of. But this is the sort of more, the casual, the country version. It's much freer. It's, do you know what I mean though? Because the Civil War repro fabrics have these little sprigs, but they are very regimented in little rows. Whereas this is like nature intervened and made it all a little bit softer. I think it's lovely. And also as well, I want you to notice that the background is not one uniform colour. It's soft, it's variegated, it's almost sort of mottled in the background. Absolutely lovely. Janet, if you're watching, you see I was listening. Now, next up, this is like elderflower, ending 1/8. This is one of those slatey blues. I can't resist this. There's 1.5 meters left. If you've ever made elderflower cordial, and it's almost elderflower cordial making season, this is what the elderflowers look like. I mean, they're not blue, obviously, but this is what they look like when they're in the pan with the lemon slices ready to steep, just kind of floating. Aren't they lovely? And I love the way the stems create almost like veins in the fabric. Derek's message, Stuart, what are you doing to me today? So many irresistible shirt fabrics. Derek, I knew it. I've thought of you so many times this morning. Did you like the Moda, the woven checks earlier, Derek? Because I thought they were very good for shirts, but that would be, but there's only 1 meter left, I'm afraid. I've got that in a dark as well, but this flips the values. So I'm going to grab this back for a second because the elderflower is dark, the background is light, and this is a dark background with light elderflower. Isn't that gorgeous? Janet Claire, what are you doing to all of us? This is called Queen Anne florals because I think rather than elderflower, I keep calling it that. I think it's Queen Anne's lace, isn't it? This is Queen Anne's lace. It's a type of flower, type of plant, Queen Anne's lace. I love my plants. I love my plants. When I was in my 20s, I was obsessed with gardening and going to garden centres and open gardens and you name it. And certainly at the time, I seem to remember every name of flowers in Latin, but I can't remember any of it now. Right, next up, we end 4/9. Very popular on pre-order. That's gorgeous. Sorry to say, Derek, but this would also make a really gorgeous shirt. But it would. And also, I think that would be really lovely to use this away, okay? Because then you've got those vertical stripes. This would be working selvage to selvage. But lovely, absolutely lovely. And again, superb quality. As always from Janet, but because these are digitally printed and Janet's fabrics aren't normally digitally printed, but this range had to be to get the luminosity and to get the variety of colour, which has only made this range more beautiful. Right, that little bluebell print now on cream. This has the tiniest little bit of green, almost like a pea green. Have a close look and see. Just these little tiny dots here and there, but it's so pretty. Gorgeous, that. Absolutely gorgeous. And you know, it's lovely, isn't it, when you get that kind of, you know, the cream fabric, the background fabric that actually is beautiful in its own right. Absolutely lovely. Now then, again, stocks are limited on all of these. This is last of stock on everything. So if you do want any of these fabrics, particularly if you want like 2.5 or 3 meters, you do need to be pretty quick. Last one in the cream, this is the fabric that was based on the antique Willow. Too tiny to read, which I wish it wasn't, because I would love to read what it says. I like to read fabric. I like as well, like, can you see here where they've sort of had to annotate or change, add little bits or cross little bits out. What's fascinating actually in like really old wills is that the things that are being left behind are quilts, bed drapes, linens, shirts. It's fabric, basically. It's things made out of fabric, and then it's things like pewter plates, goblets, maybe knives, or you know, eating implements, tankards. And And that's it. That's what's in the will. It's the bed drapes, the quilts, and the metal. Isn't that interesting how things have changed over the years of what's valuable, because of course, back then, you know, the fabric would have been woven for you, basically, and would have been time consuming and so costly. These would have been the thing, you would have left that shirt to somebody, that night shirt would have been left to somebody. Wasn't a throwaway society. Now, I've saved these ones to last because I love these ones the best. I just want to share, I love these ones the best. I just think they're absolutely exquisite. And it's such a beautiful colour. And it works absolutely beautifully with the blues. If you saw the quilt that Janet brought with her, it mixed all of these colours together. It's just absolutely exquisite. So I couldn't resist saving these till last. Right, we'll start off with the large leaf print. Do you need the code, Hannah? Okay, awesome. Again, just delicious. Again, dressmaking, summer dress, beautiful. Summer shirt, fabulous. Maxi dress, beautiful. But equally, a lovely border on a quilt. A bucket hat would be really cool. Yeah, it's a lovely colour. Be nice if you had red hair. Yeah, which so many of us do. Or a little bit of red. Lovely. Right, that's that one. Same, but in this beautiful, almost sort of mint or pistachio. That's so fresh. Yeah, summer wedding. Yes, please. Lovely. Yes, summer wedding. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. This ends 4-1. This does actually, if you were making things for a summer wedding, this would be beautiful. That would be really nice for a shirt. This is sage. But again, the greens in the background, they're not one colour. It's almost batik-like. Well, we say this often with digital prints, that they have a look of batik about them. And I think the reason for that is because with digital printing, you could have 100, 1,000 different shades in one fabric. So you get the sort of soft colour variations that you get with natural dyeing, like batiking. You can never reproduce that in a screen printed fabric. So things like Moda marbles, our mottle, they have that lovely kind of mottled blended look, but they will never look like a batik because they're done with screens. So there is a natural break between each colour. Whereas with a digital print, there is no break between shades. It's all done in one process. So it does look like, almost like hand-dyed fabric. It's exquisite. Absolutely beautiful. I think with the advent of digital printing, fabric designers are going to start designing fabrics differently. Because, you know, when I'm designing fabrics, I think to myself, okay, I'm allowed 12 colours. So I design a fabric around that. I'm allowed 3 colours. Do you know what I mean? Whereas if I've got unlimited colour, I'm going to design fabric that utilises that ability. Jennifer's got in touch to say, morning, Stuart, I got Janet's kit for the quilt. And the fabric is stunning. My favourite of her ranges so far. The detail is beautiful and it's so soft. Jennifer, I think a lot of people feel that way about this range. Best ever, amazing fabrics. Right, ending 4-5. Thanks for messaging in. We love hearing from you, especially when you've actually got the products and know how beautiful they are. I think this might be upside down. This range of the colours, by the way, is proving very, very popular. It's a bit different, isn't it? It's a little bit different, but it does mean it's very limited. I'm going to step outside the box and say I want a little bit of this for my Christmas projects, because this, with red, this is my holly leaves. This is my ivy. Oh dear. Stop singing, Hannah, please. I beg you, 27. We're almost at silver bells, aren't we? Oh. When Charlie and Hannah get together, which they are today, they are a dynamite combination, shall we say. Lovely. So this is like those postcards. This is called shadowgraph. And these were those postcards flipped over that just had almost like that little inky stain around the outside edge of the card. Cracked ice. I thought, first of all, I said craquelure or craquelage, that paint effect. That's what it reminded me of, like sort of aged paint when it all kind of fractures and cracks. But however you see it, it's gorgeous. Right, 2 to go. This ends 4/6. This is the Queen Anne's lace. Again, this has got such a fresh, soft femininity about it. It's lovely, isn't it? This would be really, I just think bedding, white bedding with some extra pillow shams made in this. A little table runner or a bed runner across the end of the bed. Lovely. You know, if you don't want to make a quilt for a bed, just make a bed runner. 5, 7, 9 blocks in a row over the end of the bed. Last one then is that little sort of tossed bluebells. Oh, there's only a metre left. You've all really fallen in love with this green colourway, for sure. All of the Janet Clare fabrics have been very, very popular. It's last of stock. It's last of stock. If you want any of these that are left, hop onto the website now and grab them. Now, talking of last in stock, thank you, Arthur's Garden. Now, this is literally last of stock. I had the last couple of bundles yesterday. This is the brand new from Liberty. Really love these rich, warm, autumny shades from Liberty. It was literally only launched the other week, but already this is our last of stock. When it's gone, and that's it. And, you know, we feel sad about that. I know you feel sad about that, but, you know, fabrics come and go, unfortunately. I could so easily make a quilt out of these fabrics. They are absolutely beautiful. The scale is lovely too, mostly mid and small. A few larger prints, but very, very easy to use. Bit of a Japanese influence on here, I think. Ginkgo leaves. This has an almost sort of sashiko vibe or kimono vibe, this one too. And this sort of brick red colour as well is also very, very traditional colour in Japanese fabrics. Let's start. I'm going to start with the largest scale print. Let's start with this dogwood floral. This is ending 1/5. Only 3.5 meters of this, just in case anyone wants to use that for dressmaking. I think with 3.5 meters left, you might well want all of that. Remember, this is quilt weight cotton, 44 inches wide. So if you are using it for dressmaking, you will need that sort of upper end of the fabric requirements. Absolutely lovely. And a lovely kind of deep, I think it's a deep blue in the background. Right, next up, I want to do these two because just love those, and they've got that sort of very Japanese feel. We'll start with this one, ending 3/9. There's only a metre of this left. I just think that with some medium or dark navy for a bag would be lovely. It's got quite a contemporary feel, even though I think probably it's quite a traditional design, but there is something about Japanese fabrics that even though they're very traditional, a lot of them, again, feel very modern. Yeah, lovely. Made in Italy, all of Liberty's fabrics as well, rather lovely. Next up, ending 05, is that UEYV06? 06. I'm not far off needing reading glasses, don't you think? Again, I'd line a denim bag with that. I'd use that in quilting easily. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, it is lovely. It's called Dots and Dashes. Yeah, yeah, it does look hand-drawn. And again, the blue, it sort of varies in tone. So it's not one flat colour. Oh, nice. Really use the texture in your quilting. Now, next up, let's go something a little more floral. Again, with a bit of a Japanese feel to it. This is ending 5/6, chrysanthemums. Nice, that. And again, look, a little bit of that mixed in. A little bit of dark denim. Yeah. You've got lots of colour choices in this fabric, actually, haven't you? Like the corals, the reds, the orange, that lovely fresh green. So if you wanted to just get 1/2 metre of this, and then a few coordinating solids, batiks. I've got some lovely batiks coming up later. Or this, plus fabrics from your stash. So for under £9, you've got a kind of inspiration fabric that you can then take to your stash and build from. Charming chrysanthemums. Now I've got that in a different colourway, more of a brick red. This is a bit more kind of autumny looking. Ending 1/5. It wasn't emotion, it was just a little bit of dry throat. I wasn't crying over the beautiful fabric. Do you know what I really need is a cup of tea. Gorgeous. Love that terracotta in the background. I'm just going to bring in another terracotta fabric just so you can see. It's that lovely terracotta shade. Isn't that lush? So that's the charming chrysanthemums, but in that more terracotta colour. Autumn. While we're here, no, I'm not going to start doing a pottery throwdown. Oh, it's such a beautiful piece of fabric. But then the contestants, that is their dream now. They're not bothered about winning. They just want to make him cry. Keith. They just want to make Keith cry. £8.99 1/2 metre. Remember, this is Liberty. This is Liberty. I remember seeing him once cry about the weight of a pot. He sort of held it and he went, oh, it's a really lovely weight. I think it's adorable. I like it. I like it. Now, ending 1/7. Obsessed with pottery throwdown. Oh, that's lovely, like a trellis. It's called blooming trellis. Blooming trellis. Blooming trellis. Bit of kind of pea green in the trellis. Right, next up, I'm going to go to another green fabric. This is the ginkgo. The ginkgo spot. See, again, that's almost got a sort of vintage look to it, hasn't it? Vintage vibe. Oh, Christine's got in touch. She says, morning, gorgeous Stuart Hillard. Love all Janet Clare's fabulous fabrics so much. They are absolutely gorgeous, aren't they? So beautiful. If you do want any of Janet's fabrics, do be quick because lots of them now are selling out. Back to the ginkgo spot. That would make a cool shirt. Ginkgo biloba. Ginkgo biloba. I'm not sure where the ginkgo is native to. Is it native to Asia? I think. Patricia Rose. Now, she sounds like a lovely lady. 80. Patricia Rose would be a lovely name. Patricia Rose. Oh, that's lovely. That's really lovely. Ah, ginkgo's native to China. And then the last one from Arthur's Garden. This is called Lazenby cotton, and this really is like a traditional. Oh, tumbling posies. Oh, I beg your pardon. Tumbling posies. Thank you, thank you. That sort of very, very traditional, like chintz, super limited, from when it was block printed, wooden blocks, like Indian wood block printing, which of course is where chintz fabrics came from, India. And it was that block print. Lovely, love that. Love that. Gorgeous, what a lovely range. It is last of stock of both of those, both the Arthur's Garden and the Janet Clare. Really last chance to get these if you want them. Yes, now, this is cool. I'm just going to grab these for a second. Now, I'm used to seeing these, like deck builders, with lots and lots of different quilt blocks in them. And we've got these on the show. If you haven't seen them, I'll show you these in a second. But I haven't seen this, but this is rather awesome. It's called the Half Square Triangle Quilt Block Design Deck. And what you've got in here, I'm just going to get some of them out. This is such a cool and clever idea. Is you have got lots and lots, so they're plain on one side and then half square triangles on the other. And you've got some where you've got kind of mediums together, lights and mediums together, some where you've got a dark side and a medium side. So you've got variety and you've got plain ones too. And then the idea is that you use these to experiment, to try out different designs. Now I'm just hoping, here we go. So let's have a little go here at putting together a little design. Because I think when you can physically play with the units, it does really encourage you. So then what I'm going to do is, no, wait a minute. You might lose me for hours. You might lose me for hours. I'm not sure where I'm going with this at the moment. Well, this is the thing, you see. You can just play with these units, play with your food. You know that thing we're always told not to do, though? Don't play with your food. And we say don't play with your blocks quite often, you know, for fear that you might distort and misshape them. But we're talking about cards here. I'm just tipping the whole lot out now. Gay abandon. Not bothered now. Just having a go. Right, oh, there we go. Right. So straight away, I've seen something that I didn't even imagine that I was trying to do, which is this continuation because it's linked up with the black. And of course, if I made this block, I might not make it in black and grey and white. Although if I got today's early bird, I might well do exactly that. And then I might use grey solids in the corners like that. So you might see tiles in the floor, but another thing you can think about now is, well, what if I kind of supersized each of those units and made each of them, say, 6-inch finished half square triangle? What about now if I split everything apart a little bit, like this, first of all, and then if I split these apart a little bit, and then I put sashing in between every one of those. So I've still got the essential block, but now I'm using this as a quilt design with large half square triangles or a large block, and I'm going to split something like a black and white striped fabric as sashing, and then all of my half square triangle units in bright, vibrant, modern prints. Fewer than 25 of these left. You've got absolutely tons of these cards. You've got 100 in fact. They're all double-sided, of course, as well. So you've got light on one side, or a grey, or a black on one side, and then you've got half square triangles on the other. And of course, this way, you see, you can really experiment with the possibilities of half square triangles. For example, here, if we match up the fabrics, then what we end up with is chevrons, like so. So if I put these around now, isn't it funny how you just can't keep replicating the same? There we go. Do you see? So now these half square triangles, or in fact, if I was making these, I'd actually make them as flying geese. You can now see that visual. You can see how they're made. Yeah, really cool, really cool. And it just helps you to break a design apart. Love that, really love that. We're in our teens that we've got left. You could split these apart. You could add in Fran's on the bottom. The split Stuart just put in was exactly what I was just thinking. Morning to all. Great minds think alike, Fran. Great minds think alike. You see? And then you think, what would happen if I put a square in between? Then it starts to look a bit like a tree, I think. Yeah? Like that. And then, you see? Yeah? You think, well, that's lovely. I'll just turn it to one side. And then you think, I wonder what would happen if I was halfway through the border. What if I reversed the direction so that it went one way? But now I'm seeing, is this a rose? Do I need to substitute this for... And suddenly, designing your own quilt block becomes fun and achievable for everybody. Oh, that's around the wrong way. And also you see... There we go. So now, look, I've got a friendship star, and maybe I have a border going off one way and a border going off the other way. I mean, it's just about playing. Take lots of photographs as you go. And because there's no colour here, only value, it doesn't start influencing you one way or another. You're just playing around with shades of grey. However, again, I'm going to say that early bird this morning, greys, whites, blacks, 2.5-inch strip roll. What a great buy. What a great buy. Single figures of this left. Oh, it's so much fun. Just keep playing. I'm just going to pop this to one side. Dad, where are you? Dad! Dad! Right, next up, talking of half square triangles, super, super useful little product this. Well, there's a choice of two. There's a 9-inch version, and then there's a 15-inch version. Now, the 9-inch is in the graphics. This is 9 inches, not 9 question mark, so 9 inches. And basically what you're going to do with this is you would lay it onto your fabric in a corner to corner. You're not trying to mark the centre line. You're marking either side, and these are your sewing lines to create easy half square triangles. And if you want to make quarter square triangles, once you've sewn that and cut them apart, put them together again, and then mark the other diagonal. So it's a perfect sort of 1/4 of an inch seam allowance either side. This is also really useful if you're doing things like, we do flip corners, so you can still use this, just line it up from corner to corner on one side and then just draw a line. Much more easy to use than a big ruler. Now the 15-inch, so that's £14.99. For the 15-inch one, it is £1 more, £15.99. If you're doing loads of really small units, you might find the small one easier to manipulate. But I think if you're only going to buy one, I'd say the longer one for £1 extra is a really good buy. Because as well, you can see there, I mean, this is probably about a 6-inch square that I've got folded here, and that doesn't quite go from corner to corner. So although we say, smaller units, they would have to be smaller than 6 inches, whereas the 15, that's going to work with things like your layer cakes and larger cuts of fabric. So I think the longer one possibly is a bit more useful, unless you do lots of very small quilting, small patchwork, which I do, but works in exactly the same way. Great little tool. Right. Now, let's do deck 2 and 3 of the card builder block. We'll start with deck 2. Now, these, you don't have to have deck 1 in order to use deck 2, and you don't need deck 3. But the way they work is this. So you've got kind of your basic cards in here, which tell you things like yardage requirements for certain things, or figure in the fabric to make a quilt, how to cut your setting triangles, or how to bind a quilt. So some really useful information, and it's different in different sets. And then what you get is you get loads of different quilt blocks. So for example, this one here is called Twirl Around, and it is made of 16 units, some squares, some half square triangles. To start off, you get a grey scale quilt design or block design. Next up, you get that design kind of broken apart into its constituent unit A, unit B, C, D, and so on. And then last of all, you get a kind of coloured in block to give you a suggestion of how you might place colours or values. Now, this is where it gets really cool. Underneath, you get cutting instructions, the letter of the patch, how many you need to cut per block, whether you need to do anything with it. So for example, unit B, you need to cut 4 squares, and then you're going to cut them all on one diagonal to create 8 half square triangles. And then you've got cutting charts for a 6-inch finish block, 8-inch, 10-inch, 12-inch and 36-inch. So you've got one block, 5 different sizes. Now in total, you get 40 different blocks, which means that you've got 200 combinations. I think that's amazing value. Loads of lovely, and on the back of each card as well, you have that whole quilt block as a grayscale design. So again, if you wanted to sort of have a little play around, like, well, what about if I was to make a sampler quilt? Maybe you were inspired yesterday by Alice's incredible Liberty quilt. You think, I want to make a sampler quilt. You can play around with those blocks, actually create your own sampler quilt, and then you could make it, because actually the sizes that you can make these blocks, they're all 6, 8, 10, 12 or 36-inch versions. Isn't that clever? For £14.99. Now the different sets, like set 2, are all those sizes. Set 3, set 1, some of the sizes are the same, some are different. So some of these you would be able to mix and match for a sampler quilt with set 1 or set 3, but some of them you wouldn't be able. But one of my favourite kinds of sampler quilt is where you actually vary the size of the blocks as well, what we call a country set. So you might have 16-inch. So if you've got my In Love with Quilting pattern that I did with the Moda range with the hearts. Those are all different sized blocks. That's what's called a country set. And I'm part of the country set. What about you? And yeah, yeah, no, it is. It'll turn out differently. Sorry. They all work together. They'll work together. Right, this is Quilt Builder card deck number 3. This, honestly, if you've ever thought to yourself, oh, I like that quilt, but I'd like to change the blocks a bit, but I don't know where I'd start. This is great. If you've ever thought I'd love to design my own quilt, this makes it so easy. It makes it so easy. No graph paper required, no maths to figure out. The other lovely thing about these sets as well is that you get setting suggestions. So I'm just going to find some of those out. Right, so, yes, look at this, the merry-go-round set. So you've got a big block, and then medium-sized blocks, and then small blocks. What a lovely idea for a quilt. This is a mix and match layout where again you've got different sizes of blocks. This is called the King layout. Oh, lovely. This one's called the Balance layout. So you've got blocks here in the centre, and then open space here. If you particularly like your quilting, that would show off the quilting very nicely. What else have we got? Oh, Country Farm. Sounds like me. There are some more layout. Oh, I tell you what it is. It's on the other side. So, oh, that's nice. The medallion layout. The up and down layout, uppy downy. Mini medallion baby. And, oh, that's lovely. The blossom layout. That's really nice too. Gosh, so loads of good ideas there. General advice as well on how to figure your fabrics, you know, how much do you need, how to do corner alignment, and of course how to use the block charts as well is all explained. Plus you've got 40 more quilt blocks in 5 sizes to play with, and that same format where you've got a black and white image on one side, and then on the other you've got grayscale. Oh, outline as well, actually. An outline, a grayscale, a sort of exploded block to show you how it goes together, and then a coloured version. Isn't that clever? Water wheel, capital T, garden path, hourglass, and lots of beginner-friendly units, lots based on half-square triangles. So if you were getting this with the half-square triangle design deck, you could actually take some of these ideas and then just start playing around with them a little bit. Maybe shifting the position a little bit. Very cool. Very cool. Now, I've got some Tula Pink extra wides. Later on at 12 o'clock, I've got last of stock of the Tula Pink Raw range. So if you've been thinking about a gorgeous Tula Pink quilt, then you might want some gorgeous Tula Pink backing fabric for it. Or it might be a scrappy quilt that you've done. I've got 2 versions of this. And I'm going to start with the yellow. So this is a beautiful kind of acid yellow. It's super bright and it's got these really funky rainbow eyes, I think. I always see gobstoppers or eyes on this fabric. You've used this too, Jenny, for a scrappy quilt. Beautiful, beautiful. $13.99, not today, amazing. $9.99 for half a metre. And this is extra wide. This is 108 inches wide. So this is no joining. This will do your queen-sized quilt. Amazing. Also as well, if you just wanted some lovely bright gorgeous cushions or a dress or a lining for a coat, this is amazing. Absolutely beautiful storage boxes, line some baskets. Imagine, you know, if you've got maybe some of those like IKEA units where you like the box units with the open space, put baskets inside, but line them with this, you know, just simple, almost like you're lining a bag, you know, base, sides, but then don't join the sides, have little ties that you can then tie onto the basket to attach it. And you can put bows inside, so they're squidgy, or quilt wadding. Loads of you going for this. At £9.99, I can see why. I can see why. It's an amazing saving. Should be £13.99. You're saving £4 per half metre. Now, if you keep in mind that for a queen size quilt, you'd want 2.5 metres. For king size, no, sorry, for a double size, you'd want 2.5. For queen size, you would want 3. That's 3 metres. So 6 units. That means you'd be saving £24 on the cost of your backing. That's a big saving. That's a big saving. And of course, you don't have the inconvenience of having to cut and join fabric. Long armers love extra wide fabrics too. So if you're getting your quilt long armed, quilters love this. But yeah, also really good for dressmaking and a home deck. You could do something like a massive beanbag cushion. Or what about, you know, there's ones where you have like 5 pillows in a line, in a casing, and then they kind of unfold and you can fold them up. Yeah, oh yeah, or out in the garden. Just roll it out, roll 2 up to make a big pillow, and then lay out and read your book. Yeah, all the big projects where you think, wow, that would cost a fortune to make, now much more economical. Right, the other colourway that I've got is this really beautiful lagoon colour. Yeah, this is that beautiful sort of aqua. Loads of you coming in for this. Same price drop, £4 per half metre saving. You're just paying £9.99 a half metre. And again, it's 108 inches wide. I'm just going to throw it over the table. Oh, look at this. I can't even throw fabric, let alone a ball. Now, there we go. I've done it. Right. I particularly like this colour. It's gorgeous, isn't it? And of course, it's a very Tula colour, all designed by Tula. And it works with so many of her ranges because she uses those gorgeous turquoises and the rainbow in pretty much all of her ranges. So it's always going to go whatever you are working on. Every single person who's checked out on this is maximising their savings opportunities by multi-buying. Look at that. How beautiful. It would also be gorgeous for lining bags with, and economical too, because half a metre would line at least 2 bags. At least 2 bags. Talking of bags, Jenny Jackson's up next with 2 beautiful bags. I can't wait. I'll see you after this.
Hi, I'm Jo Carter and I'm a soft toy designer and I quilt as well. I've been sewing for as long as I can remember. My great-grandma, my nana, my mum all sewed, and so it's something I grew up around. If I was to give some advice to a new sewer, somebody who wanted to try it, that would be to watch a few tutorials, but then to just give it a go. And try not to focus on achieving the perfect end result. Instead, at first, always, focus on enjoying the process and learning a new skill. So those perfect results will come in time, but developing a love for sewing, I think, is a really great way to go. And a tip I've been given that I still use today is make sure you have plenty of seam rippers. It's frustrating enough if you have to remove some stitches, but then if you can't lay your hands on a seam ripper and you have to hunt around for one, that makes it doubly frustrating. So yes, plenty of seam rippers would be my go-to tip.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Oh gosh, I think I might have found my 2 new favourite bags. Aren't these gorgeous? The slouchy bag is brand new today. This is so cute. Bit like a sort of a hobo bag, but a sort of almost handbag size.
Yeah.
Love that, Jenny Jackson. She's back. She's back.
Hi.
Love you. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks.
How was your hour off?
Yeah, it was fine.
Good.
It's relaxing. Received some videos from my future puppies, mums and
Dave.
Oh, they sent me some videos of all 6 of them playing. It's madness.
Oh, when does little Dave arrive?
I pick him up on Thursday.
Gorgeous. And also I noticed you answering one of our lovely viewers who was asking, are you going to be at Festival of Quilts this
Yeah,
year?
I
You
should
said.
be. I should be there every day
Every
with
day.
the Dukey boys.
Wonderful. Partying hard.
Always.
And then we've got coming up the long boxy pouch. But let's talk about this fabulous bag first off now. EPP around the base.
Yep.
In these beautiful, now I've got these fabrics. This is Liberty. Fat 8s, denim, gorgeous yellow lining. Let's get that bundle straight up. Now half the stock of the bundle's already gone on pre-order. It's what the smart people do, I think. We go online, we get it first, we sit back and we relax and we enjoy the rest of the show. So you get 5 fat 8s of these beautiful Liberty prints. You've got some Wiltshire Shadow, you've got some gorgeous floral prints in there as well. So you get those. You get your magnetic snap, that's included, so no rooting around trying to find the right hardware, it's included. Then you get 1/2 metre of this fabulous sunshine yellow for the lining. That's a big hit for me.
I love that colour.
And it goes so well with the dark denim. Love that. So you get your dark denim as well, 1/2 metre of that. So, I mean, the value is really mounting up here. Then you get all of your EPP shapes already cut out for you. Thank you so much, Jenny Jackson.
It's enough to make the front, the EPP on the front.
Yep.
And you can take them out and press it all and then reuse them for the back. And then you can reuse them again for another 6 or 7 times. So you can make loads of bags with them.
Amazing, amazing. And, oh, excuse me. Do I also get, can I make a master copy from that or?
I would suggest you don't.
No.
I would just get. We always have top-up packs on the website.
Great,
There will last.
perfect.
I can get at least 7 to 8 uses, usually more.
Because they're not paper, are they? They're
not.
heavyweight.
Special card, yeah.
And then, of course, you also get your full instructions for making the EPP slouchy pouch.
So many photos. So many photos.
That's what we love.
Yeah.
That's what we love. If we're visual learners, all your oh my goodness, Jenny, single figures.
Oh wow, thanks.
Single
guys.
figures. I do have another colourway, but look, Jenny's not joking. Loads of photographs to guide you through absolutely every step. Oh, this is brilliant though, because so often knowledge can be assumed. You're not assuming anything.
No, and I've done a little colouring page on the back. So
That's
that you
ace.
can photocopy that, and
Yeah.
then if you make more, you know how many you want to cut, or even with the fabrics you've got now, you might want them laid out slightly different
Yeah.
colour-wise than I've done it. So it's just handy sometimes to visually do it before you cut that fabric.
It's a great idea. Incredible value for $39.99. You've got the brand new bag pattern, make it as many times as you like. You've got your EPP shapes. You've got 1/2 metre of dark denim, 1/2 metre of this golden yellow for your lining, 5 fat 8s of Liberty, all Liberty fabrics for your EPP, and your magnetic snap. That's just brilliant value. We have to take the graphics out, Jenny, because it's about to sell out. Now then, oh, show us a bit of that, Jenny. That's gorgeous. Will you just hold the handles up as well, please? Just, that's gorgeous. I love that more. Is that wrong? Sorry, Liberty.
It's not. Solids just are amazing. Everyone knows how much I always have a solid colourway of whatever I make because I love picking solids.
Oh, it's beautiful. And against the really dark denim, that pops. And look at the price. $33.99 for this one. So you get your 5 fat 8s. Our solids are the best.
They are.
Aren't they?
Hayley sent me a colour card because I use them so much because I was really struggling to do it from pictures.
How exciting
I needed to
is
see the
that?
colours. Oh, there's nothing more that I like going through them.
Look at your lining. Look at the lining. Is that fuchsia or is that, what colour is that? Or is it pomegranate?
I think it might be
Pomegranate.
Yeah, I use pomegranate.
There's
quite
your
a lot.
denim. Now, I just want to show you the difference in the denims because they both look dark, but actually in the Liberty, this is our medium, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
And this is your dark with your solids. Ooh, that is a bit of me. You also get your silver. Actually, this is gunmetal. Oh, even more sophisticated. Gunmetal magnetic snap. You get all of your EPP shapes, and you also get your pattern. And Jenny, if I wanted to, I could make this with a fabric at the bottom, not EPP.
Oh, completely. Yeah, yeah.
Or I could just do some, you know, because
The EPP's appliqued on top.
Awesome.
So it's actually a full bag underneath the EPP
Awesome.
anyway.
Now, in terms of the extras I'm going to need, what kind of interfacing?
Nothing.
What? Sorry.
It's a slouchy bag.
Of course it
So I've popped some stuffing in there just to make 640.
Yeah, I'll take that
literally
out.
to puff it out. But it's a slouchy bag, so it doesn't have anything in. The EPP
It does have
gives
pockets.
yeah, it does have pockets. The EPP gives it a bit of structure at the
it
bottom
does.
anyway.
Yes.
So if you don't put EPP and you do it plain, it will be even more flimsy. Not flimsy, that's not the right word because it's sturdy. Slouchy.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I love that. So you don't need H640, you don't need interfacing. Irene from Cheshire's got in touch. Morning, Irene. She says, got my kit, first time doing EPP, couldn't resist this beautiful kit. Wish me luck.
Oh, if you need, because I probably won't get much EPP done in this hour, if you need any help, just message me.
Yep.
I love teaching EPP. So.
It's fab, wonderful. Another message. Morning, guys. I'm with you, Stuart. This is my favourite too. I'm a bit of a purple plum freak. Is it beginner friendly, Debbie?
Yeah. Whenever I design bags, they're beginner friendly.
I think as well, the fact that Jenny has put so many guidance photographs in the pattern that every process is explained fully, Debbie, you won't struggle with this.
And you can message me.
Great job. Great job on that pattern. Beautiful. So this is your plains. Now, if you want to, you can get the pattern and the EPP pieces, and then you can do your own thing. You can do your own, you could do cotton canvas with English paper. Oh, it's sold out. Well done if you got it.
Oh, thank you.
Congrats.
Yay, thank you.
Congrats, beautiful new pattern. Now, there are still some opportunities, but they're very limited on those kits. Now, before we go on to demo, I want to mention the back in stock honeycomb long pouch. Now, this is the Tula version. This is using Bestie's.
Yeah.
Which is one of my favourite ranges. I'm obsessed with making bags with Bestie's. What could I put in this bag? I'm thinking a foot long from Subway. Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
It's long enough for knitting needles.
Oh,
I mean, I've got you know, once you've got the instructions, you can make more and not do the EPP. You can take the measurements from the pattern, and this is just my
how lovely
Alliston glass one, and I have pouches within there with all my different stuff in. You can fit, this is empty practically, you can fit so much stuff in it. I use
That's
it all the
really
time.
nice,
But you can
Jenny.
take the measurements that I say to cut the EPP to and just do solid ones, good gifts.
That's lovely. Will you just hold that up again, please, Jenny, just so
Yeah.
we can see it? That is really
without the
gorgeous.
EPP.
So many options, aren't there? Yeah, love that. So knitting needles, small baguettes, foot-long sandwich. Could be things like paintbrushes.
Yeah,
and
you
art materials.
fit rulers like this in easily.
Yes.
And just, I bring it every single time I come with all the bits I need.
Yeah, things
So.
like what's the length on this?
Oh, do you know, I can't remember off the top of my head, but I use a 22-inch zip. So you only lose a couple of...
Yeah, I'm
so-
thinking, I'm just wondering whether something like the 15-inch half-square triangle ruler would go in here. Your 12-inch added quarter ruler would go in there.
Easily, with loads of space. So 15, yes, it would fit.
Perfect. Absolutely amazing. So lunch and your sewing equipment.
Exactly.
All in one bag.
Perfect for workshops.
It's like the Holy Grail.
It
Jenny,
really is.
You've done it again. Let me show you the bundle for this, because we've got the exact fabrics. They are from Tula Pink Besties. Now you get the solid, that's for your lining, 1/2 metre of that. And then you get fat 8. I'm going to open some of these up because they're such beautiful fabrics. Love that we've got some of the true colours in here as well, because Tula Pink does wonderful patterned fabrics, but it is really nice to have those sort of more tonal prints just to let everything kind of shine and frame. But this one, I've just made a bag actually with this colour.
I'm so obsessed with the hamsters.
Little hamsters on fabric. Hello. Well, hello.
They're just amazing.
Where have you been hiding?
And the turtles, I love them.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, let me show you that one. These are the tortoises. Absolutely beautiful. So you get 8 fat eighths?
Yeah.
So a whole metre of Tula pink fabric, plus your ½ metre of lining, plus your EPP shapes, plus your pattern, $34.99. Celia from Essex has got back in touch. She says, I made 2 of the long box bags for 2 little girls to take their toys with them for sleepovers at Nanny's.
Yeah. I think you brought those to a festival for me to see last year, I'm sure.
Celia crocheted me the most beautiful bears and sewed me the most incredible bear in a duffel coat.
She made me a thread catcher that pops up. 2 actually.
Gorgeous.
She made me another after I said I loved it so much.
Oh,
she's so kind.
Thank you, Celia. Kate from Merseyside's got in touch to say, I started EPP with one of Jenny's kits. Brilliant, clear instructions. I've made the honeycomb roll, the puffin tote and rosette as a cushion.
Aww, yay.
Beautiful. So many ideas. And like you say, you can make this with the EPP, you can leave it out, you can make it in whole fabric. Yeah. Just gorgeous. Now the second colourway.
That flew out last time, so we've repeated it because that one flew out.
Oh wow! Right, so this is mine. I've only got 10 of these. Be quick. Wait till you see these solids. This is like Caribbean sunset with a cocktail.
Good.
Oh, Jenny. This is absolutely beautiful.
It's half sewn. It's half sewn, so you can't say I've just pulled it inside out.
Stunning. Absolutely stunning. You get all of your paper pieces. They're sturdy. You can use these again and again and again. You reckon 6 to 8 times each?
Yeah, so you get enough to make part of it, then you take out the ones that haven't been sewn around and reuse them.
Awesome.
Because it just makes it more affordable
of course
that
it does.
way.
Yeah.
And like I said, they last forever. So.
You get your instructions, you get your lining. I've got 4 left. That I just want because it's beautiful.
I know.
Absolutely stunning.
All the colours.
Absolutely stunning. Now, should just mention, if you want the pattern and paper pieces on their own, they're about to go as well. Be quick. Be quick. We'll put the graphics up really quickly. $16.99 for the instructions plus paper pieces. Add your own fabric. Okay, we will come back to the long pouch because we've got a bit of a demo, but we want to see the slouchy bag, please.
Yes. So I've already done the EPP side of it, and it's just basically you take all the paper pieces out, make sure you just turn in the dog ears from the EPP, just the little bits of fabric that stick out. Don't chop them off. And then what you would do, this is a lining piece, you just place the EPP on the bottom of the bag and either a machine or hand applique it along the top, and you sew with the machine down the sides to secure it. I machined mine on. You can just see the stitching there.
Like a top stitch?
But I just top stitch it on, but you could hand applique it on so you don't see any stitching. That's what I would usually do because I prefer doing that. But time restraints, so I was like, I get on the machine. But I think it looks really nice like that. Yeah, you could do anything, and it is boxed. So I just made the front up. The EPP side of it is really simple. You sew 2 half hexagons together to make a hexagon. I've done the layouts for you, then you sew it in rows. Really simple. I've got loads of previous EPP demos that you can watch if you just need to see the method of it. But yeah, so.
I've just spotted the triangles that appear.
Yes, that's all because how I laid the fabrics out. But if you didn't do that, it would look completely different.
Yes, because you could have them in more straight rows almost.
Yeah.
Well, it's lovely.
Yeah, I thought it was really fun to do it that way.
Love that.
So yeah, that's why I said use either my layout picture or the colouring page before you cut the fabric, because there is less of, like, say, this light purple and more of other ones.
Got you.
So you want to do that so you don't waste fabric.
Yeah.
I've also got the best way to cut this shape out so it's shows easier.
Fab. Natalie's got in touch this morning all. Absolutely love Jenny's EPP designs. I'm with Jenny. I prefer the solid colours best. Me too. I've just bought the slouch bag from Natalie. That's gorgeous.
Oh, thank you.
Christine's got in touch to say, hi, gorgeous Jenny Jackson. Christine, she's asked me a question about calculating patchwork borders. I will answer that at 12 o'clock, Christine, so don't go anywhere. Kim's got in touch to say, I'm staying in the warm and dry to watch these beautiful bags being demonstrated.
Oh,
love you, Jen.
Thanks, Kimmy B.
Going to run out of bags in any second now, to be perfectly honest, but we'll still demo them, Jenny, won't we?
Just going to move that out of the way for a second. Yes. So, although I've pre-cut my lining, this is just, you don't get this colour, this is just a spare piece of fabric that I had. I wanted to show you how you cut the bag out, because you get from this one piece, which would be one piece of lining, you actually get the pocket as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I've got my instructions just next to me because I can't memorise all the, what do you call them, the measurements. So what you do is you fold your one lining piece in half lengthways. Just give it a finger press, and you're going to use this finger press line later, so don't bother ironing it.
Okay.
You don't want to get rid of that. As in afterwards, don't iron the crease out.
No.
You could iron it fully right now if you wanted to.
You use it to guide you later?
Yeah, yeah. I love a finger press line.
Me too.
I use them all the time. Yeah. Right, so what you want to do is from one corner, you're going to mark a 1 3/4 inch square. They will be your boxed corners.
Mm-hmm.
Then you're going to mark a mark along the top, and you'll all see it come together. At the start, it probably looks a bit weird. That is why I wanted to show you this. I feel like sometimes you just have to do bits of, not necessarily do it in order with the demos, because after I've made it, I think, right, what are people going to find the most,
Yes, quite.
Right? Okay, so I've just marked a mark there, then I'm going to mark a mark from here on. There's a really clear picture of exactly how you want to mark all the measurements for these marks.
And you're using a clicky friction pen?
Not a clicky one. I haven't been blessed with a clicky one yet.
I've been blessed with them.
Have you?
I've been blessed with them. You at home could be blessed with them. I actually need them because all of my friction pens have run out. That's how often I use
really?
them.
Yeah,
Yes.
I use it constantly.
Yeah, I was on a wing and a prayer last week. I just about, in fact, my last couple of things I didn't, and I had to just use the groove that was in the fabric left from the pen.
Yep, I've had that. So this rectangle I've measured here is actually going to be used for the pocket, because I'm going to draw a curved line here.
Okay.
For the curve of the bag. So I thought, why, that's a big bit of fabric just to waste. So I thought, use it as a pocket. Turn it into a pocket. Yeah. So I'm just going to do the other measurements. I won't cut this out or anything, but I just thought I would show you how to do this part. 4 3/4 along, and another 3 3/4. This is the markings I'm doing right now are how you get your curve. But it's so simple. I really do just like to keep things simple. Maybe it's because I just can't do complex, to be honest.
Well, I always say I can't do difficult. Life's difficult enough.
Yeah.
So I like easy sewing.
Yeah.
But also Deborah, who messaged in, she wants a beginner-friendly bag.
Exactly.
This is it. This is it. And you'll make this again and again and again.
Yep. So I've just done 2 marks up from these bottom marks, and then all you're going to do is join those marks into a curve.
Right. Could I use something like a plate or a dish if I'm
Yeah, you could do if it's similar. You could do extra marks in between if you want. But what I suggest is after this is before you cut it out, fold your second lining piece underneath, pin them together, and then you only have to mark it once and cut it all out together.
I got you.
And then you'll get the exact same curve that you've just done.
I got you.
And then when you do the outer piece after you've attached the EPP, I measure and mark those ones, and then I actually just placed my, still folded, I placed my lining piece on top of the denim and just drew round that curve. instead of marking it out again.
So they match.
I suggest you mark it,
They match,
but you could just do that. So now, like,
Do as I say, not as I do.
exactly.
No, that works.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Using one, I do that all
yeah.
the time. Now. Oh gosh, when I think, oh no, I don't want to measure out the lining as well. I'll just use the outer pieces as a guide and I cut round them.
Exactly. So once you've done
Works
this
in dressmaking.
exactly. Cut out this rectangle first and keep it.
Okay.
And then you can cut out the square and the curve because you've got rid of that. And that opens up into your pocket. So you get 2 pieces of lining, 2 rectangles from the lining and 2 rectangles from the denim. So then you can make a cute little pocket, 2 pockets, and it's up to you. You could have 2 pockets on the inside of your bag or you could just use one and put the other rectangles in your stash. It's completely up to you. So that's how you do get the shape. I just thought it was really important. And hey, I've used the removable pen, so this is not going to be a waste of fabric. I can now just use it again. Again, with the, I've got step-by-step instructions on how to put the magnetic clasp in the bag. If you don't want to add it, you don't have to. It's not going to affect the design at all.
Right.
If you don't feel confident doing them, I've got step-by-step instructions how to. I'm not going to do it on the show, so it's already half past.
Sure.
Time flies.
It does.
So I've added 1 pocket to the bag, and this is where I used the crease to centre it. I measured down from that crease, and then I folded the pocket in half and lined it up with my little cross I'd made, and then flipped it over and just sewed round. Very simple pocket.
Am I right? We've only got 2 of the solid bundle left. We've none of the Liberty, and we've only got 2 of the solid bundle left.
Oh, shucks, you guys. Thank you.
And the pattern and the EPP pieces have sold out as well. Jenny, if people can't get enough of Jenny Jackson, and my goodness me, I can relate.
Yeah, no.
Is there any other way we can get a little bit of Jenny Jackson in our lives each month?
You can. I do a subscription box.
Do you?
An EPP subscrition box, and they only open up once every 6 months, and they're open at the moment.
Oh.
It's a bi-monthly box.
Yep.
You pay each month, and every other month you get a box of goodies through the post.
Do we contact you through Facebook?
Yeah, exclusive pattern.
Great, gorgeous.
Pieces and goodies.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Tell me more about that bag.
Right, so I'm going to place the 2 now I'm going to show you how to construct the lining. The outside is constructed in the exact same manner. And it's my simple bag construction.
Great.
And then the main thing I really wanted to show you was how to close the top and make it into, because right now it just looks really random, doesn't it? It's like, oh, it's 2 separate handles. But obviously
It's
it
like
will
a
be
little
made.
vest top.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Eventually.
It's your colour as well, Jenny. That, Brighton Beach.
Yeah.
Milkshake.
Yes.
Stroll along the front.
Oh, yeah. And some chips.
Is that quite a low front? I don't know anything about these things.
Yeah, that would be a very low front. You'd need a vest under your vest.
Always, Jenny, always. I'm wearing a vest now.
Are you?
No.
Oh, I was earlier. I would really suggest pinning this.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm
Got
going
some pins.
And it's time-wise, isn't it, really?
I reiterate what I said in the first hour. We don't sew like this at home.
No.
Please don't think to yourself,
don't.
I'm not as good as Jenny because I have to pin mine.
No, but guaranteed mine will not come to my demo pieces never match up and come together properly.
No, you pin at home.
Because I don't pin here.
You pin at home.
Yeah. I can guarantee you this will be wonky, and when I come to do the curve, it's not going to match up properly, and that's purely because I'm not pinning.
Anybody who watches Sewing Bee must think, oh, if I can't make a skirt in 2 hours, I'm failing something.
Yeah, no.
But I mean, if you could see, remember I've been there, I've seen them. If you could see those garments close up, even the winners, they're an absolute dog's dinner, you know, somewhere along the line.
Yeah.
They're not well made. They are well made, you know what I mean? They're made by people that really know what they're doing, but everyone's had to cut every corner they possibly can.
Yeah. And that is exactly what I do on here. I took ages pinning this and I re-pinned it twice as well because I wanted it perfect. But you know, when you've only got a short time, you don't want to waste that time doing that when people can get the gist of what you're doing.
Exactly.
So I'm just
that kit has sold out now, by the way. Well done, the last two of you who checked out your basket.
Oh, thank you.
Couple of options on the Besties long boxy pouch. Have we got two of those left? One of those? There's one. One of those, and then the solids, my favourite, that has sold out. Right, okay. So literally one option. EPP shapes on their own and pattern have sold out.
Do we have the date that I was last on that? Because I'm not sure we'll get round to doing much of that at all.
We'll have a check and let you know. Just want to mention the friction pens at this juncture. Oh, thanks. 25th of June was the last time on last year. Oh, remember the 25th of June?
I did loads of demo on that last time.
You did?
Yeah.
We'll keep the graphics up for this. £10.99 for 4. This is the clicky, and they come in a plastic holder. You get them in the case, and it is a plastic case to keep them all nice and safe and all together. Great price. I need a set of these desperately. Very good.
Right. What I've done is I've just sewn down both sides and I've sewn across the bottom, but I've left a turning gap. The bigger turning gap you leave, the easier it is to pull everything through afterwards. This one's really easy because it hasn't got any wadding or anything in it. It comes through really quickly. Right, and to box the bottoms, it's opening up those corners like this, meeting those seams. I've actually suggested that you open all these seams, press all those seams open and do that.
Yeah.
I'm just not doing it for time. The more I can show you, the better. But so don't just go by the demo. Make sure you read those little extra things that I've got written in the pattern. It just comes together better when everything's pressed open.
Agreed.
For this one. Easier to line stuff up at a later stage, that's for sure. So you'll watch me struggle shortly when I can't line anything up because I've not pinned and I've not pressed my seams.
Does make a difference, doesn't it?
Huge. Pressing is just the #1 rule, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
Press away.
I think often we assume it's our sewing that's off if something doesn't work out, but it can be cutting, it can be pressing.
Yeah. I find for me, because I always press, it will be the cutting. I'm a nightmare cutter sometimes.
Right, okay, interesting. But at least you know that, and that's the bit you can work on.
Yeah, exactly that. I've found other ways to do stuff, just taking my time more with the cutting as well.
Yeah.
There we go. Make sure you always backstitch at both ends of the turning gap and the corners when you're doing those.
Why?
Right. So that stitching doesn't come undone in the corners, because you want that. And also when you're pulling it through, if you don't backstitch at those two ends, the seam's just going to go like this.
Pop open, yeah.
Yeah. Right, I'm just going to follow my own instructions, really. Where have I got to? Right. So I am going to have to do some form of pinning here, because if I don't, wow. Just won't.
Jenny Jackson pinning on air?
I'm going to have to do a little bit. Right, so you want your... So you want to turn your main bag, the outer bag, right way out after you've done exactly what I've just done, but not leaving the turning gap in the bottom.
Gotcha.
And pop it inside this bag. So this is the bit that I could easily take now till 12 o'clock doing, taking my time to make sure it's all pinned well. But I am desperate to show you how to do the handles. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to do this quickly enough, to be honest. What shall I do?
Take your time, take your time. Gillian says, can we just buy the slouch bag pattern to use with our stash of fabrics? You could, Gillian, but it has sold out, I'm afraid. You could get the pattern with the EPP shapes, but that has sold out. We'll try and get it back in, Gillian, for the next time you're in. Do you know when you're in again?
It will be the last Sunday of May. I feel like that's around the 26th.
Cool.
3 days after my birthday, I think I remember.
Louise has got in touch. Brace yourself, Jenny. Brace yourself. She says, Jenny, I loved your first book. Are you going to do another?
I would love to. I will at some point. Can't put a timing on that for me.
No.
Yeah.
Why are you hesitating?
I don't know, actually.
They're a huge
I think
amount
it's
of work.
life because I've just moved.
Yeah, of course.
And then
you've got Dave coming
we've
on
just got
Thursday.
Dave coming on Thursday, and yeah, I just seem to constantly be in. I'm always designing for Sewing Street, like every month, which I love. So it's just finding that time, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's a massive juggling act.
I don't know how you do it. It's a book a year, isn't it, my love?
I haven't got a teenage son.
Oh yeah, and that, yes,
Yeah.
teenage son.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I think not to lay it all on that, but I think the combination of everything you do, everything I do,
Yeah.
you're also raising a boy, you know, and you're a busy lady.
Yeah. That
So,
cheeky one.
I got bags of spare time.
You have a farm. Raising
I don't
goats.
sleep very much.
I bet. I was thinking. I actually thought this the other day. I was randomly thinking of you, darling. I thought, how does he actually do it all?
Oh.
How?
Well, I'm that rare thing, a man who can multitask.
Brilliant.
I don't know. No, I just, yeah. But
do it.
I suppose one of the
It's
things,
different when
Jenny,
you love.
you and I both do what we love.
Yeah.
We're doing what we love, and it's quite easy to find the time for the things you love.
It is. I work into the evening most nights because I often think, what else will I be doing?
Yeah.
Dylan's busy doing his thing upstairs.
And it's only going to get busier.
And the lovely thing about EPP is it's a TV sewing.
Yeah.
So I'll sit and work watching a series in the evening. And then I have you guys on in my studio
Oh,
when
good.
I'm on the machine. I have you guys nattering in the background.
But in case you didn't know, Jenny, you have a huge fan base who would love another book.
Okay.
All right?
Sure, on it.
Crack on.
I'd love to. Right, so I've pinned around the edge of the bag, both sides, but I would pin a lot more. Take your time, line it up. My bits aren't lined up very well.
It's good enough for now, though.
It's good enough now. Yeah. Then, right, face it towards you. So you've got the bag opening towards you. And just, I've tried to photograph it as clearly, and I think I actually managed to do a good job. Because my dad, when he read it, he said he wouldn't have known what to do if it wasn't for the photo, and the photo he completely understood. So it was really handy because my dad doesn't actually sew.
That's helpful.
So it's so good having it, because my mum sews.
Yeah.
So it's really good having him here, and he'll read it, and if he understands it, I think, well, brilliant.
Yeah,
you know what to do. So I've got this facing me, and I've opened it so that you can see the wrong side of the outer bag, facing me here. And I'm just going to do 2 marks on each, just on the, now it's the bit further away from you, not this one, 3 inches in from the edge. I like to do quite a large mark because it's on the inside anyway. You're not going to see it, but I've got a removable pen anyway. And then 3 inches in from this side. There we go.
Just on one side?
No, yes, just on the side away from you.
Okay.
These 2. But both ends, the handles. I'm just going to make sure I don't skip a step. I have an awful habit of doing that. Right. My trusty table's coming off.
Oh.
I know.
The rare occasion
I found
it
it
does.
easier. I didn't remove it the first time I did this part. And then I was like, that would have been easier if I'd removed it. Right, so now what we're going to do is, you see where the mark is? We're going to sew all the way to that mark. And then on the other side of the bag, we're going to sew all the way across.
Right.
From
to the
one
very
end
raw
to
edge.
the next end of that side. But from this, we're only going to sew between these 2. So then you're going to have the end here open and a little flap like this open. Okay?
That makes sense.
Yeah?
Yep.
Good. It's all 1/4 inch seam allowance. I've got, stabbed myself with a needle in the belly. I've got my 1/4 inch foot on because
June says, I can't wait to see Dave the dog. Are you prepared for sleepless nights, Jen?
Yeah, I've done it once 13 years ago. I should be able to do it again. It will be fine. I've taken this to the sewing machine upside down, so it might have pinned underneath.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Christine says, love your nails.
Thank you, my love.
Beautiful. Yeah, I think we'd all like, would we like a foundation paper piecing book from Jenny?
We're going to do, the next book will be EPP. I know it will
FBP?
be. EPP.
Oh, English paper
Again,
piecing
yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's my specialist subject.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I don't know about you at home, but I would love a, you know, like it could be a 20 block sampler quilt, like the block of the month, but 20 blocks that were all different foundation pieced.
Yeah, but EPP.
No, foundation
Foundation piece. Oh,
That's the
okay.
book. 20 foundation
Yeah,
piece
I mean, I
blocks
could do
made
that
into
for
a-
you.
Do that in your.
Sure, I'll
you
have
could
to-
do
I
that
could
when
do
you
that
have
in
in
sleep.
sleepless nights with Dave.
I could, couldn't I? I'll have to give David and Charles a little ring, won't
Well, I mean, you could ring either of them. Ring David or Charles.
I know.
Have a chat.
Yeah, have a chit chat.
Are they David and Charles?
I actually don't know.
I'm imagining two old men like on the Muppets, you know, who used to sit up in the gallery.
Yeah.
One called David, one called Charles. Probably not.
I am sewing this as quick as I can. We're not lining up at all here because I haven't pinned enough. But it'll all be all right on the night.
Of course it will. So one side sewn all the way around, and then the other side, it's just from the 3-inch mark
yeah.
down to the other 3-inch mark.
Yep. Then once you've sewn this, if I remember rightly, yep. No, I don't remember rightly. Hold on. Yes, you want to clip into the curve.
Okay.
So both sides of the curve, I'm not going to do it, but I'll show you it because I'm nearly at that very end. I've been so risky there. Sorry, guys. I've just been sewing over pins. I did that the other day.
Oh, Jenny,
I did that
Jenny,
making that box
Jenny.
pouch the other day, and I broke a needle and a pin, and it got stuck, and it took ages. Thought I was going to have to call Juki.
Oh, it makes you sick, doesn't it? Feel sick.
It did. I thought, oh, I'm going to have to call Juki.
Crunch.
Then they're going to tell me off because it's going to be my fault.
And you've got the pin that now looks like a bobby pin.
Oh, it's gone. That was like this.
Yep.
Fully, and the little pretty end came off.
Yeah.
Everything destroyed.
Yeah.
Right, so what you want to do now is just snip into that curve. So when you're turning through, the curve will turn nicely. Not just be careful not to go actually snip into the stitching. So it's just little every centimetre.
Do that on both sides.
Both sides, yep. Right. Let me just check where I'm going. Yeah, no, that photo is just showing clearly. Right, we're going to pull it through. Oh, here we go. So yeah, because there's no wadding, you see how easy that comes through?
Yeah.
When there's wadding, it's more like, oh. And then you're going to poke out your handles. It looks very strange. This is why I wanted to show you it, because it just looks so odd, doesn't it?
It does a little bit at the moment. But I see where you're going, because actually on the bag itself, of course,
Yes.
those two handles join. This is what's so lovely and clever about it, where we used to perhaps a handle at the front, handle at the back. This is one that comes together.
This is why I had to show this. I thought it was more important than anything. At this point, where you've got it looking like this, turn that turning gap seam in, give it a press or a pin, and just sew that closed. You can either machine that closed or use a tiny little ladder stitch, and that will close the lining of the bag.
Gotcha.
Right, so next up is and then you push it in. So I'm just going to push that lining in without doing that. We'll give it a waft. It'll go in easier.
It still doesn't look right, Jenny.
I know, it just looks so weird, doesn't it?
It does look
right. So next up is you're going to take, you see those gaps there? You are going to place them right sides together, lining up all of those seams. So this is when I said if you've pressed your seams open, it will be really great. So
She's cracking open the pins again, everyone.
I am. I'm rebelling against myself today. And then, so you've actually got the two seams on the outer, the seam either side of the outer bag that you want to line up, the seam of the join of the outer and the lining, and then the two seams in the lining on either side. I'm actually quite surprised how well this is lining up considering the lack of pinning. See, we all use our instructions, don't we? Right, now, I always read my instructions unless I've made it a million times.
Sure.
Now we're going to sew across that I've just pinned together. So obviously it looks all twisty.
So
and
lining
funny.
to lining, outer to outer.
Yeah,
Pauline
right
Wheeler's got
sides
in
together.
touch. Auntie Pauline's got in touch.
Oh,
Facebook.
hello.
Hello, Pauline. She says, I'm looking after 4 kids and a 6-month-old miniature dachshund. The kids are fine. The puppy is running me ragged. Oh, you poor thing. Come into work for a rest.
I know, I always see you on a Wednesday. I always get my hug.
Yeah.
Yeah, last month
Busy
I
lady.
did.
Busy lady.
I always get my hug.
4 kids and a dashund.
Don't envy
Sounds like a
me.
Brit comedy, doesn't it?
I know, it's going to be me, one kid and a Dave.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking in the future, once he's able to go out for walks, I'm going to be in the park shouting Dave, aren't I?
Yeah, you
Who's
are.
going to get everyone turning round. You all right, love? Everything all right? That's my dog. Got images. Right, so that's that done. And you're going to press, you would press that seam open because it just makes everything flatter. Okay.
Oh, look. Suddenly it makes sense.
Suddenly it all makes sense. And what you want to do now is pop it on the end of an ironing board.
Yeah.
And fold that seam allowance in nicely and give it a mega good press. Like, it's really important this stage. Press it in. I tend to fold my lining in slightly more, even though it gives you a bit more bag in the lining there, is so you don't get that outer lining, because the lining is bright. I haven't gone bold.
It's beautifully bright.
So yeah, just pull it in like that. I don't know if you can see it very well. So you can see a tiny bit of the denim on the inside. And then with that, you've still got a gap in your seam here where you've just sewn those. Turn that seam, you're going to press that seam open so it's nice and flat. Then you're going to turn that seam in here. It's quite hard to do. Press it again so that it's all nice and lovely, and pin.
Yeah.
Don't just pin this. Pin all the way around that outside bit here.
Yes.
Because your lining can shift when you're going round. So if you've got it pinned, it means you're not going to get any creases and tucks on the inside. Then you're going to top stitch all the way around the outside on that side and all the way around the outside on that side. And that is a job done. Got yourself a little bag.
That bag, as we say in the Midlands, is Boston. It's absolutely
So
gorgeous.
is it? It's just, I really felt
Love
like it was
it.
so important to show
For sure.
that bit, because
Yep.
like it just looked so weird, didn't it? So you can watch that bit back, but you do have full-on instructions on how to do that part of it.
Totally makes sense now. Thank you for showing us that bit.
That is my pleasure.
Yeah.
It's my pleasure. What do you want me to do now? Do you want me to do some EPP for 5 minutes, or do you want me to show some of the box
Yes, but
Or do you need to go through? You need
I've
to have a
got
chit chat.
zips
That
and
is
I've got
you
interfacing.
do that. It's not a problem.
Yeah, yeah. Let's do zips first. So this is for the long boxy pouch. Now you need a 22-inch zip for this. So we've got some. Now we've got 3 that are regular dress zips, and then we have got one which is actually an open-ended, like a coat zip.
Yep, so it's absolutely fine because I've asked you for a zip longer
Yep.
than you need. You trim off the ends of the zips, making sure your zip thing is in the middle.
But what's rather nice about that, that looks like a number 5 zip, so it's a bit chunkier.
Yeah,
I
which
rather
goes
like.
nice with a
Yeah,
bag like
it's
that.
nice. So we'll start with that one. So it's in a colour light orchid. I mean, it goes really nicely with the Tula Pink Besties. It has sold out. Well done if you got yours. Should we do the turquoise next? Yes, they sold out straight. That's sold out. Thank you. Peppermints. That's sold out. Thank you. Cream. So I would say this is more of a light maize. Biscuit, honey? Or
Biscuit,
creamed honey.
light biscuit.
Light biscuit.
Custard
Malted
cream.
milk. Sans chocolate. Gorgeous. $2.99. Moo cow biscuit. That's in shade moo cow biscuits.
Yep. important to have a moo cow biscuit.
We have got a few of these left, but not many. But this would blend with most, isn't it? Yeah, that would go, that would go. All right, that's that. Now, interfacing for the long bag is H640. Is that right, Jenny?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Ending 94. Yeah, so this is by the ½ metre. Yeah. How much would we need?
I feel like it's enough.
½ metre's enough, yeah.
I feel like it should be. I'm just going to check the pattern to see what I wrote because it's been a while.
Not ½ metre there, then.
I end up using scraps that I've got.
Yeah. You don't.
You need a 25 by 25 inch square.
Right, so ½ a metre actually isn't
enough. No, you need a metre, but you'll have plenty left over to use for like little pouches and stuff. Never throw it away.
Unless you're happy to piece together and you just fuse it side by side.
You can.
Your quilt.
Just put something over your eye.
Yeah, yeah. All right, that's the H640, $5.99. Anything else? Yes. Oh, Jenny, would you show us a little bit of EPP? We're going to grab a few tools.
Oh yeah, sure.
And a few requirements. I mean, I've got the fabric glue pen. Yeah, fabric glue pen. So you get the glue pen and you get one refill in here.
Oh,
here's what's this sample. Just do that.
Oh, I've got some strips cut. Amazing. Look at this.
Do we have the refills on their own? Yeah, we do. I haven't got them here. I've got Jenny's threads. This must have been a bit of a thrill.
Oh, honestly, it was my most exciting thing because it got released the same time as my book, which is 2 years next month, or 2 years this month. Yeah, it's gone. Yeah, those, I'm still going strong with those, with the coloured ones.
It's kind of your palette, isn't it? Oh, I'm just going to pop that there. So these are 80 weight threads. So this is really lovely fine thread, perfect for hand piecing.
Yeah, for EPP is my go-to.
Yeah.
I don't use anything else now.
Love the wooden reels. They're so iconic.
I know, and you get so much per reel.
Do you?
280 metres per reel. I really hope I'm not making that up.
300 yards.
Yeah, 280 metres per reel. So it goes on and on and on.
That's absolutely gorgeous. Of course, these neutrals.
Oh, yeah, I had to add those because I use them constantly.
Indispensable, aren't they? Can you machine sew with this 80 weight?
I've never tried because it's so thin. I fear it would snap through the machine. I've never tried.
I think you could. I mean, I've machine quilted with 100 weight.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I know that Aurifil designed it specifically for hand sewing.
Yeah.
And they've just got more and more colours. Oh yeah, it was a thrill when they said, would you like to design a box? Here's the colour card. And
and you could just pick the colours?
They said, we'd like you to do a, what was it, a 10 box? Is it 10 threads?
10,
isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Pick 10 colours.
Beautiful.
I was like, oh, go on then.
Now, for this size, on the Aurifil website, for this weight rather, they suggest hand applique, English paper piecing, machine embroidery, machine applique, free motion quilting.
Oh, wow.
And free motion
Never try it. I'm going to try it now because it might be my new thing.
Yeah. 80 weight thread is lovely especially if you're doing dense quilting where thicker threads would rather build up, but a fine thread doesn't. Or if you've got lots of backtracking as well, use finer thread.
Yeah.
Give it a go, try it.
I will. Are we doing some EPP?
Please.
Yeah, so I've just already basted one shape so I can show you how to sew two shapes together. So I've just cut my fabric out 1/4 of an inch larger than my my template. This template has been used a million times. It's still going strong.
It looks like it's been used before.
Oh yeah. Don't waste them. So I like to glue baste my shapes. I glue onto the fabric because I find that helps the card last even longer, and this glue does not leave a residue on your needle or on your fabric. It's just miracle glue. So you really don't need much. And you're just going to fold that round. I find that glue basting also it gives you sharper like edges, which I love. Right, so I'm sure I've probably got a needle. Oh, look at that, I've got a needle threaded up already.
Amazing.
Like I organised it.
You're smashing today, aren't
I'm smashing it.
you? Kay's got in touch to say, I'm doing Jenny Jackson's Highland Cow Cushion.
Oh.
I am on row 4, loving it. Thanks, Jenny. Love a coo.
Oh, it's my pleasure. I did love the Highland Cow pattern match cushion.
What needles do you use, Jenny?
So I use Milliner's size, John James Milliner's size 11. So it's a pack that you just get. I sell them because in bulk loads because they are my absolute favourite.
Yeah.
Like, I love them. They're so thin, and I've been teaching people how to thread a needle because a lot of people come to me, they're like, the eye is too thin, I can't do it. So when I was at Ardingly Quilt Show, I don't know how many needles I threaded. I just kept showing them how to thread the needle with bad eyesight because my eyesight is not good.
Show me.
Shall I show you? Yes. So a lot of people, you see, watch this go wrong now. Just watch it. I'm going to cut the tip off that thing. So a lot of people you see taking the thread to the needle. So these eyes are really, really small.
Yeah.
So what I do, I had my dad teaching people as well. I put the thread in between my fingers here, threads in there, but there's only like 2 millimeters sticking out beyond my thumb and finger. And then I look for the eye of the needle and I just slip it straight on top like that.
Okay.
So your thread has nowhere to wiggle because you've only got 2 millimeters sticking out between your fingers.
Show me again, please.
Okay. So I've got my thread there, in between my fingers, the tiniest bit. Straight up, you find your eye of your needle. You just pop it straight on and pull it up.
I think that deserves a round of applause.
Take a bow.
Very good. Very good.
Yeah, it's my go-to. I just because they are very, very thin eyes, but honestly, my eyesight is not great at all. Right, so I've knotted the end of my thread. What you're going to do is place 2 shapes together, right sides together, line up those edges. I often put a little quilting clip just on the end here, the end that you're not going to sew to start with, just to reduce the tension on my wrists or my fingers. I will be sewing from left to right. I'm left-handed, so that's how I go. But a lot of people sew right to left. It doesn't matter which way you sew at all. And I sew away from me. Some people sew towards them. I've converted a lot of people into sewing away because it's less wrist action because you're just going like this. So I've started right at the end, you're just going through. So you're just going away from you like that. Okay, if you're sewing towards you, you're going like this.
Understood. Yeah,
Right.
yeah, it kind of twists.
Yeah, so you're not going through the card, you'll feel that with your needle, and these needles are really, really sharp and pointy and thin. You just pick up a couple of threads from the fabric. And you can see that nicely. You don't need to pick much up. The thinner your needle, the thinner your thread, the
So you
less...
like a long needle as well?
Yeah, would you say that's long?
Well, milliners are longer than
Are they?
sharp.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's a milliner's, isn't it? Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. That could be because I've got long nails.
Lovely for applique as well.
Yeah,
aren't
they are. And yeah, so that's, yeah, the thinner your thread, the sharper your needle, the less stitching you will see at the front. You'll still see a bit, but that's the whole point. It's hand sewing. Never feel deflated if you can see your stitches. I think it's Mr. Scott always says he loves it when you can see a few stitches.
Yes.
But the thinner the thread, your stitches look really cute as well.
Yeah.
But if you've got big thread.
It's handmade.
Yeah, exactly.
Beautiful, beautiful. I have actually got a set of John James. Now, Can I check, Hannah? Because I've got lots and lots of hand sewing needles, but I've also got 3 packs of machine needles. Is that correct, or should they be with some? No, they're in the bundle. Okay, so it's a big bundle. John James, made in Redditch. Just down the road.
I need to pop there.
Yeah. And you've got your milliners, sizes 5 to 10. So your favourite size 7?
11.
11. Ah.
Yeah.
So slightly out of the range, but use your 10s maybe. You've got sharps 5 to 10. These are a similar kind of needle. The milliners are just longer. Quilting or betweens needles, embroidery, beading, cross stitch, chenille, leather. A big pack of craft needles, 33 craft needles, 50 assorted hand sewn needles with a needle threader, long darners, curved needles. It says quilting needles, but I mean, they're great if you're constructing 3-dimensional objects like boxes or Christmas tree decorations. You also get some John James machine needles, regular machine needles, a twin needle, and also 2 packs. Oh, those are for leather. So you get regular point and some leather machine needles. So if you've never tried John James needles, they are the best, we think, the best.
Yeah, I love them.
You make a saving as well of £5. £27.99 seems like an absolute steal for all these needles. They're fundamental to what we do. These are such amazing quality hand sewing needles, just incredible. And also their machine needles are great too.
Yeah,
Love that. Jenny?
Right, are we carrying on? It's 5 past.
Yeah. We'll let you go home, sure.
One day. Right, so you just sew. You don't want your stitches too close together so that you form like a ridge of sewing, but you don't want them really spaced out. I tend to do them about... I try and work this out because I never really think about it. And when people ask, I'm like, oh, I don't know how far apart my stitches are. Yeah, I never really think of it. But I usually just go, once I've come through, so I'm coming through straight ahead, I usually go along about 3 millimetres along-ish.
Okay.
Yeah. And you just carry on all the way to the end, and then you will just knot your fabric off. If you've got another shape you're going to add, don't knot your fabric off, just carry on stitching along.
Can I just say, Christine, who messaged earlier about how do you calculate borders for quilts, just need slightly more information. You've said, how would you calculate a patchwork border or edging of a quilt, please? I can't seem to get it right in my head. Now, do you mean adding patchwork to a border, or do you mean adding a plain border to patchwork? Just, if you can get back in touch through Facebook, let me know, and in the next hour I'll answer that question. Just want to make sure I'm answering the right question.
So once you get the hang of just this, sewing 2 shapes together, you can do EPP.
Yeah.
Because no matter what the shape, it's the same process all the time.
What got you into it in the first place?
So my auntie actually got me into quilting, and then I went on Instagram actually and just saw people sewing hexies together, and I thought, oh, that might be good, because Dylan was really little and I didn't like to use my sewing machine at night because it was loud and he was quite close to where I was at the time. So I gave it a go and I became obsessed with it, like so obsessed, obviously.
Because people think of handwork as slow work, but when you can just pick it up any spare moment,
I just take it. I take it wherever I'm going. So I've just got to the end there, and because I've not got another shape ready, I've just wrapped my needle, my thread around my needle a couple of times, pulled it through to knot it, and I always take a stitch back. It's completely unnecessary, but it's my thing now, and I can't not do it. And then you open, cut your thread off there.
When do you take the card out? Amazing.
So you don't take your card out until all sides of the shape have been sewn round. So once that and that has got something attached, that one can come out, and then you can reuse it. I tend to keep the edge ones in most of the time, unless I know I'm going to be trimming this particular thing down, then I'll just take them out or give them a quick press, then take them out, because then you have got that seam allowance under and it'll be easier to repress when you're ready.
Cool. And then you can just applique the outside edge maybe, or...
Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much, Jenny. It's been a brilliant morning. I love spending the morning with you. It's been terrific.
It's been ages as well.
It has been
seen
ages.
You, so
You're back at the last Sunday of the month in May.
Yeah, I am.
With month 3 in the amazing 12-month Block of the Month programme. If you haven't already got involved, don't worry, have a look on the website. Next month we'll have all 3 months in stock, so you can still get involved next month. But until then, happy sewing. Jenny, I'll see you next month, hopefully. And you have a safe journey home.
Thank you, babe.
Thank you. Right, we're going to go to a little break. When we come back, our final hour, I've got an assortment of gorgeous fabrics, a few other little bits and pieces in there, so stick around. And if you've any questions, get them in during the break.
Hello, my name's Fiona Hesford, also known as Sew Girl. I'm based in Worthing on the south coast of England, and I work in my lovely garden studio, which is where I am right now. So my sewing journey began as a child. My mother used to surround the house with Laura Ashley fabrics and wallpapers, and I used to patch together some of the scraps and make little quilts for myself and dolls' clothes and things like that. So one of my top tips in dressmaking would be to definitely make a toile before you start. Sometimes if you're using expensive fabric, it's a good idea to make the garment in a sheet or a cheap fabric, just so that you're absolutely sure of the fit. An interesting fact about me is that I used to be a knitwear designer back in the 80s, and once I made a jumper for the singer Sade, which was really exciting. I worked in Paris for 6 years, and when I came back, I fell back in love with fabric again, and I started working with magazines and books and writing projects for them, and that led eventually on to me designing my own collection of dressmaking patterns. My philosophy is that I love comfortable clothing, everyday things that are easy to make, easy to wear. I like modelling my clothes myself, and I wear pretty much everything that I design. So I always think that if I feel good in them, then other people will. I've been working for Sewing Street almost since it began, and I love it there. We're like one big family, and I'm on the show about every 2 months, and so I look forward to seeing you on the next show soon. Bye.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1 P&P with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Hello, it's the last hour, and in fact, we've only got about 45 minutes. So it's a whistle stop through the last little bits of the show. The quilt hanging behind me is on tomorrow. I'm going to be guesting tomorrow for 2 hours. I've got an amazing Riley Blake collection that's been done with the Royal Horticultural Society. I'm also going to have all of the fabrics to make this beautiful quilt and the pattern and another pattern from me. Actually, I've got Garden Maze and Bright Hopes and all these lovely fabrics tomorrow. So I'll see you tomorrow for those 2 hours. Now, on with today. A couple of questions to answer, which I will do very shortly. We're going to start with one of my books, which is called Simple Shapes, Stunning Quilts. $17.99. Now, the actual cover price of this book is $22.95. $22.95, and you're paying $17.99. You get 100 quilt patterns in this book. 100 quilt patterns. You also get all of the relevant, if they're foundation piece, you get the foundations, templates, that's the kind of thing. Now, you do need to enlarge those because with 100 quilt patterns, there's no way the book would have to be double the length and double the price if they were full size. But that's the only, I'm just going to let you know. So 100 quilt patterns. Most of them, to be honest, are rotary cut and don't require templates, but the ones that do, hello. Now, I talk about what a quilt is, how to make colours work, a little bit of colour theory. All your basic techniques are all covered. So if this is your first time quilting, don't worry. I explain all of the techniques, including foundation piecing and applique, various different ways, how to use a design wall, even how to layer it and quilt it. And then we dive into the quilts. Now, there are 100 quilt patterns, and they're divided into 5 chapters. The first chapter is called One Patch Quilts. One is fun. Log cabins, half square triangle quilts, postage stamp, scraps, Irish chains. They're all one patch. Knit one, purl one, honey to the bee, woven, Christmas rose, houndstooth, tumbler. We were looking at this yesterday. These are all rainbow rails, checkerboard. Hopefully you've already seen a quilt that you'd like to make. And we've only looked at the first 10. There are 100 in this book. Stacked bricks. I mean, lovely. Lots of them are easy, beginner-friendly, quick. And there's also lots of challenging quilts in here as well, if you would prefer those. Now, this one, Quick and Easy Christmas, this was actually featured in a novel last year by an amazing, like absolute #1 best-selling author, Dilly Court, who wrote a novel called A Thimble for Christmas, and that quilt pattern was in the book, which was rather a lovely moment for me. Anyway, and then you get 20 one-patch quilts, okay? And then we're on to strips and squares. So loads of quilts can be made using strips and squares. It's twice as nice. So we've got things like Desert Bloom. Now, not being funny, but that would be a lovely quilt pattern on its own. I could do that as a quilt pattern and bring it to wear for $9.99. I could do a 4 block, I could do a 9 block, I could do a 12 block, I could do a king size, you know. It would be lovely in Kay Fassett, it would be lovely in Janet Clare, it would be lovely in Scraps. Okay, so you could pay $9.99 for one pattern. You're getting 100 for 18 pence each. 18 pence. Contained chaos. Contained chaos. Well, there you go. Welcome to my world. Every scrap, rotation. Rainbow Hearts, made that loads of times. Old Glory, that's a faux log cabin. Now, although I've shown it as an American flag, that is such a quick and easy way to do a faux log cabin that you may never make a log cabin quilt ever again. You'll just use that technique because you can use that in the same way as log cabins. Floating tiles, this is such a fun one for showing off feature fabrics or scraps. So you get another 20 of those. Then you get triangles. So we all know triangles in quilts. There's loads of different ways you can use them. Kites, Jewel of the Nile, pine blossoms. I gave a lot in this book, it's true. I did give a lot. And I mean, use scrap sew blocks, make 100 quilts was 100 quilts. This is another 100 quilts. I know, I could have stretched this out to 10 books. A lot of quilt books have 10 quilt patterns in them, but you know, I'm a giver. Ice crystals, yeah. I mean, that could have been almost a book on its own. Anyway, yeah, well, you know. Crossing borders, I made that while I was watching Thoroughly Modern Millie. I always remember, I don't know why. I always remember that. Anyway, so there's triangles. And then, oh, gorgeous, Dash the dog. This was the teenager's bedroom. We had to wait for him to get up before we could use the room to photograph. And the minute we opened the door, it wasn't that tidy when we went in, trust me. The minute we put the quilt on the bed, Dash ran in, jumped up and lay on the bed. And his owner came in and said, oh, I'm so sorry, I'll get rid of him. And I said, no, he can stay as long as you don't mind him being in the photograph. And she said, no, that's fine, of course, that'd be lovely. So we let him stay, but it took us about 20 minutes to position him so he wasn't being rude, basically, or lying in a slightly rude way. Anyway, then you get 20 quilts that utilise curves in some way. It may be folded bias fabric, it might be appliqued curves, it might be curved piecing, but there's lots of different ways to use curves. Then see, again, this could have been a quilt pattern all on its own. This one too. I've taught that lots of times as a workshop. And then the last 20 are foundation paper piecing. Coggin, love that. That was one of my earliest fabric ranges, actually. It was called Kimono. Bunting, that's a pretty one. Stained glass rose window. Best in show. This is a fun one. It's just a rosette block. But you could make this for World's Best Dad or Amazing Teacher. You could write it, you could embroider it, you could just do one. You could do them as, you know, rosettes for, you know, you could have all your children's names or even a photograph printed on fabric inside each rosette. Ice lolly. People always say to me, is this your house? Looks lovely. This here, let me just tell you, can you come in any closer? This is so funny. So the house that we were in was actually this here. This here is a garden shed. That's a garden shed. And this is the house at the back. This is the neighbour. But it looks like it's joined together, doesn't it, in some fabulous kind of chateau. Well, the shed is fabulous, but let me just show you, because inside the shed, it was all wood panelled. So this is actually inside the shed, and it was all wood panelled. And there was sort of rustic leather armchairs, and that was a rather nice place to hang out. But yeah, I mean, even though you're paying 18 pence per pattern, no expense was spared in the photography, the styling, the artwork, the illustrations. That's a fun technique. Loads to keep you busy and enjoying yourself. Simple shapes, stunning quilts, 100. Really scrappy quilts. I love scrappy style. Single figures left. Single figures left. My new book, Quilts from the Country, is coming out in the summer. Well, it comes out officially on September the 12th. We will have it on Sewing Street I think about the 1st of September, I'm hoping, but I will have advance copies at Festival of Quilts. So if you want to get your hands on a very few advance copies at Festival of Quilts, you might be in with a chance. Very excited about that. Francis from Derbyshire's messaged in to say, I have this book, this one right here, and I'm spoiled for choice with which quilts to make. I've made the cathedral window quilt. Oh, brilliant. Great instructions. Fran from Derbyshire. Oh, thank you, Fran. That's lovely. Sandra's got in touch. This is Sandra Rushton from Santangle. Good afternoon, Stuart. I love this book. I made one of them recently using my own fabrics. It's really easy to follow. Thank you, Sandra. Really appreciate that. Oh, well, grab your copy while you can. We've got single figures left. Now, next up, I've got a design wall, and this is Ruby Star Society. Now, I'm just going to grab back the book because I just want to grab Rainbow Hearts because I think that this range of fabrics would be stunning. So here's the quilt, Rainbow Hearts. There's the actual quilt on the bed. I used like rainbow prints and I did 4 blocks, and it's a big quilt, but I've also made 1 block as a wall hanging, and I've also halved the size of the strips and made a small, like a cushion out of this as well. I think this fabric would look amazing made into rainbow hearts and do a sort of not a rainbow version. Because you've got, look, amazing oranges, you've got golden yellow, you've got teals and turquoise, you've got bright pinks, soft, oh, and there's a crash. Well, you can't say fairer than that. $39.99, loads of beautiful colours here, and some lights, some pink in there for a bit of sparkle. Some bronzy gold overprinting as well in here on some of the prints. Absolutely lovely this. Be perfect for Rainbow Heart. But there are actually lots of patterns in Simple Shape Stunning Quilts that use 2.5-inch strips. Fab, gorgeous, love that. Love that. Kath from Greater Manchester says, hi Stuart, cheeky query. Just bought the 3 of Janet's music note designs as a base for a quilt for my son. I need a design to keep them visible as music. I would say there's a quilt in here called Rotation. Let me find it. I could just look in, it's all right, it's okay. I could just look at the start, couldn't I? Because there is actually a key. I'm looking for Rotation. Why is it you can never find the one that you want? There we go, page 84, quilt 26. Right, Rotation. Because although these are pieced together, you could still have the musical notes going across, or you could cut this whole section out of one fabric rather than piece them. Or every other one could be pieced, so I think that could work. I think also Christmas Rose would work because you've got like a big square with a triangle off, so the musical notation could go around. Don't be put off the fact that I've called it Christmas Rose. It's just because I used Christmassy fabrics. Yeah, okay, hope that helps. Right, that's the Ruby Star Society strip roll with a great saving. Very nice. Now, yesterday we had the Painted Wings collection from Dan Morris, and we had bundles. Now, I have got a couple of bundles, and I haven't got a mega bundle, but I have got all the fabrics, so you can make your own. And that means if there's a fabric in there that you don't particularly like, then you can leave it out. We'll start with the panel. Oh, I've got one left. Do you remember the panel? It's gone, it's gone, it's gone. Right, main fabrics, right, mosaic circles, ending 3/6. It's a bit Gauguin, it's a bit mosaic tile. Isn't it gorgeous? Fabulous. Yeah, it's like if raindrops turned into mosaic. It's raining, but it turns into mosaic as it hits the ground. That's what it would look like. I think it's rather beautiful. These are digital prints again. You can tell now, can't you? Because it's got that batik-y look. It's got all that variation of colour. Absolutely gorgeous. I've only got 3.5 meters of that. I've got the same design in the green colourway. That's again so fresh, absolutely lush. Beautiful, that, isn't it? I want to do bag making with this. I want to do bag making. While I'm showing you these fabrics, Christine earlier mentioned in about how to put flying geese around a quilt and how to calculate how many you need. Now, what helps is if you've got, say, a quilt block that's 12 inches square, and you're flying geese then, you just want something that's going to divide neatly by 12. So, for example, 3 would be good. So if the flying geese are standing up on their ends, so they're like tall, like portrait, then 3 would be the bottom measurement. And flying geese are usually 6. They're usually double the width. So 3 by 6 or 2 by 4 or whatever. And then make your flying geese to that size. If you want them going the other way, then obviously that length is going to be 6, so you'd get 2 of those across, but then you perhaps would have them stacked that away. But usually you have them on their ends, kind of running around the quilt. Now, if your quilt doesn't divide up into a nice even number like that, and they rarely do unless you've planned it from the start, then the thing to do is add a border around your quilt, even if it's because you've been a little bit inaccurate and the quilt isn't quite the right size. Put a thin border and maybe sew on, say, a 2-inch wide strip all the way around, and then trim the quilt down so that it is a nice, easily divisible size for you to make your flying geese for, and that's the easiest way. Hope that helped. Right then, we've got this next one, gorgeous kind of buttery warm yellow with this kind of rainbow of florals. It's almost like it's been stenciled onto the fabric, isn't it? Oh, by the way, my Facebook has gone off, Christine, so if you wanted to reply, you can send in an email, but don't put it on Facebook. I won't be able to see it. I'm afraid, sorry. The battery went flat. Mine's still going strong. Ending 9-1. I could use this fabric 1,000 times. How beautiful is that? If you loved Alchemy from Tim Holtz, this would fit. If you've got any of Dan Morris's kind of more abstract or Jason Yenter fabrics, I think there's quite a similar vibe between the two of them. Very lovely. Now, we had the yellow version of this earlier. This ends 4-2. This is the turquoise version. This is a summery beach bag, isn't it? This is Take Me to the Beach bag. Yeah, lovely. Really nice. Again, with that lovely rainbow of colours. Now, we saw the blue version of this earlier. This ends 3-0. This is the kind of golds and, well, it's like a sunset. Butterscotch. Yeah. Next up, butterflies. Now, just want to say, I've got 2 fabrics left. The blue butterfly, the yellow butterfly. Can buy them on their own. I'll do that in a second. They're 7.99.5 metre. But we've got a little bundle. Excuse me. Got real tickle today. Now, this is 1/2 metre of the blue butterflies, 1/2 metre of imperial purple, and we're going under £10. So actually, if you wanted this for £7.99, why not get this for £2 more. And then you get half a metre of the purple. Even if you don't intend putting them together, still to have a half metre of the imperial purple for £2. Why not? Why not? So that bundle there, 1 metre of fabric for under £10. Quarter of the stock's gone already. It's a bit of a bargain, that, isn't it? It's a bit of a bargain. Ah, Christine, bless you. Bless you. It's my pleasure. I hope it helped anyway. I hope it helped. Gorgeous. Third of the stock's now gone. As I say, you can get the butterfly fabric on its own, but this half metre is £7.99. This 1 metre bundle, half a metre of this, half a metre of this, is £2 more. It's £9.99 for the bundle. You can't do that yourself, by the way. Don't put this in your basket and then buy half. The only way is the bundle. The details on screen. JY6604 will get you the bundle. When everyone's checked out, over half the stock has gone. Now, if you do want to get the butterflies on turquoise on their own, by the half metre, maybe you want a metre of this or a metre and a half, here's the details that you'll need. It's £7.99 per half metre, but it will be cut to order, so if you want more, you can have it in one continuous piece. Right, the other little bundle that I've got, this is the yellow butterflies, which again, on its own, £7.99, but in a bundle, teamed with half a metre of light lilac, you get the two for £9.99. Ideal combo for a bag, this, isn't it? You could make a lovely bag, outer, lining, trim the pockets, maybe the edge of the flap with the light lilac for £9.99. If you've already checked out on the bundle, you'll pay £9.99. You pay the lowest price. That's a great little buy, that. Absolutely great buy. And love how it picks out the lilac. Quarter of the stock of this is already gone too. If you want the bundle, the details are JE6676, and that gets you half a metre of light lilac plus the half metre of the Dan Morris butterflies on yellow. But if you want to buy the butterflies on yellow on their own, it's £7.99 per half metre. But again, if you want 2 metres, 4 units, you can buy it in one continuous piece and use the code that's on screen now. Lovely. I'm glad we managed to get a bit more of the Dan Morris today, because that absolutely flew out yesterday. It flew out, Hannah. Oh, now then, yesterday I had a gorgeous batik bundle. I mean, it looks beautiful when I lay it out, just like this, but I've only got a handful of these, by the way, but right, looks gorgeous, $63.92. You get 4 metres of fabric in total. However, this is Colour Me Banyan Batik, and it is exceptional because look, it is ombre'd from darkest to lightest, all in 1/2 metre. All those different shades, all that tonal variation. Absolutely magnificent. Especially if you like doing things like a plique where you need lots of shades of the same colour family to create, say, realistic roses, peonies, wisteria. So your bundle has all 8 fabrics in it, and what I'll do is we do individuals. I'll open each one out so that you can see the variations, but there's your bundle of all 8 fabrics. Now, shall we do them individually? Which one shall I start with? The deepest purple. Right, yeah, so I'll show you this. So this for me is wisteria, without a doubt, or irises. Isn't that beautiful? That's what you get in 1/2 metre. Now it's cut to order, so if you want 1.5 metres to, say, make a gorgeous beach sarong or a border, oh, lovely. Remember your border, this is selvage to selvage, so you would have this dark side running down one side of the length and the light side down the other. Beautiful. That's your deep purple. Next up, plum. Yep. 39. Oh, is this the plum? Yep, sorry. Yep, this is the plum ending 36. Oh, now this is definitely wisteria. This is definitely wisteria. It's that sort of really kind of lilac-y and then indigo-y, bluey purple. It's stunning, isn't it? Absolutely stunning. I wouldn't buy plums that colour, but or maybe damsons. The next one I want to show you, I would call plum. This one. They've called it magenta. They're wrong. No, isn't it funny? It's such a personal thing how we see. You see, the pictures on the web only really show you one end. Like this is the magenta, but this is what you actually get. So, I mean, I'd be thrilled and delighted, wouldn't you? It's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. It's very hard to show on the web, though. And the sense of scale as well, I think. It would be hard to show. You'd have to crop it at some point. Next up, should we do the green, ending 4-6? The green ending 4-6. This is like every shade of delicious turquoise green you could ever want, isn't it? They call it peacock. And what I'm going to do is just fold it so that you can see the lightest against the darkest. So that's the very darkest end, and this is the very lightest. So you've got a lovely range of colours there in one piece of fabric. It's ever so clever. Ever so clever. And this is that proper traditional watercolour batiking. So kind of every fabric is unique. Now this next one is called Peach. Oof, wow. Again, the photo on the web doesn't do this justice. I'll show you the contrast between the lightest and the darkest. And there is a really huge variation. Look at the difference between the lightest and the darkest. But then you've literally every kind of shade. There are your mid-tones, through to your medium darks, and then right through to your very darkest. Beautiful. Now, the golden yellow, citrus. Citrus. Wow. Love it. Love it. And again, lightest to darkest. It's great, isn't it? You could do a really interesting, like Bargello quilt using one fabric, couldn't you? Because you've got all of the tonal variations. The pink. Oof, that's stunning. That, perhaps with some turquoise. Lovely. And then to show you the colour variation. There's a lot of bang for your buck in a fabric like that, isn't there? You get a lot for your money. Now, it is decision time on these fabrics because they're really low on stock. Last one, this blue has only got 1/2 metre. Is it the promise of being able to make a landscape quilt or wall hanging with one fabric for your background? Look at that. I think that's super clever. It's really kind of like, I don't know, frozen lakes, Alaska. Have to take out the graphic. Now, we have got a mega bundle with all 8 fabrics. Here they are again. So you've got your kind of blues, your greens, your purples and your plums. And then you've got your kind of magentas and your peach and your citrus. These are all kind of the dark ends of the fabric. But remember, you've got all of these in like the pastel versions of all of them too. What about a trip around the world quilt where you have the darks and the lights and maybe back out to dark, and so many ways you could play with this fabric. Why not grab the bundle and see what you can do? It's $63.92, which I think is amazing value for what feels like about 30 different fabrics, but is actually just 8.5 meters, but so much variation. Lovely, lovely. And of course, this is 100% quilt weight cotton. Absolutely yummy. Now then, I've got a charm pack from Tula Pink. This is her latest range called Raw. Now, $16.99 for this, but I think it's been an early bird, hasn't it, Hannah? Can't we do the early bird? You've already thought ahead. Look at that. $15.99 is your early bird price. As always, Tula brings her sense of fun and quirkiness to the party. We don't have all of these fabrics available by the half metre. We only have, well, very few. These are fun. I like these neons. Oh, that's yummy. In your charm pack, you get 42, I think. 42 charm square. I mean, a T-Rex has never looked so good. Am I right? That's lovely. Big spots. Gorgeous. I mentioned earlier on when we were looking at the extra wide backing, that turquoise. It pops up. It pops up. She does love it. Beautiful, yeah. Fun to play with. If I'm ever using Tula Pink, I always have to reach for my black and white striped fabric because it works so well. $15.99 for this. Single figures remain. Look. Absolutely stunning. It's a bouquet. It's a bouquet. Best of luck, Dan. Sorry. Just going to move that to one side. Soz. Oh, but we like to see the fabric, don't we? Now, there's also an Aurifil thread collection that goes with Raw. $34.99. Love the packaging. And then, look, here are your lovely colours. I'm just going to rearrange these properly. To my taste, anyway. There we go. Let me just move that along. There we go. I'm happy now. Look at those. So these are all 50 weight, 100% cotton. On each reel, you're getting 220 yards or 200 metres. So they're like double what you'd get on a Gutermann sew-all thread. 100% cotton, all of Tula's colours that match Raw, her new range of fabrics. Gorgeous, aren't they? 50 weights, perfect for piecing, but I would hold this back for things like your applique and your quilting. You know, use them where you're going to see them. Or if you're a bag maker, dressmaker, use them for top stitching. Lovely, aren't they? Let's pop them back in their cage, box. Right, now then, I have got a solid grey backing fabric, Yeah, cool, I like this. So 4 meters of, is this light grey? 4 meters of light grey for $28.32. You're saving £2. You're saving £2. 4 meters of light grey. This would be great for backing a quilt. This would also be brilliant to use as your kind of neutral in a quilt. Works really nicely actually with those sort of modern brights. I'm just gonna lay those down. Do you see? I mean, that's a lovely combo. If you don't want the sort of starkness of white or the kind of deep drama of black, then a light grey or a mid-tone grey really helps the colours to pop without, without overwhelming. Now, we pop that to one side. Now, all of the Tula Pink raw fabrics by the ½ metre that we have available are here. They're all on the website. I'm just going to grab this one out because I'm just going to show you this because it's a border print. And it's a double border print, okay? So if I hold it up for a second so you can see. So running down the selve edge, you've got the print. So if you wanted to do long borders, then around a quilt, you need to calculate what's the total around the whole quilt, and then double that, and that's how many meters you'll need of the fabric, because you'll get 2 borders from each piece of fabric. But also as well, isn't that gorgeous what you get like in the middle, the kind of constellations? Is this sort of predicting, I think it is predicting the demise of the dinosaurs. Isn't this a meteor that's flying to Earth? You know? So, I mean, all I would say is party while you can, guys. Yeah? It's later than you think. Enjoy yourself while you're still Tula Pink. That is fun. ½ metre actually would make a really fun bag, wouldn't it? Just make a bag, front and back. We got there. Right, extra wide backings. I've two. Ooh, ooh. Now, I've not seen these. Chris, can I borrow you for 1 second, please? You don't have to come on air. Just grab that. Just grab, look. Oh my goodness me. I love this. Oh, now that is fabulous. That is absolutely fabulous. Get off, get off. That is gorgeous. Love it. Right, back to work. Cute. Oh, and it's silky. It's silky. It's a satinized cotton. But look at that. Oh, wow. I just want that because I want that. Now that I'm really on board with. Isn't it beautiful? You could do a duvet cover with that. You could do a duvet cover. Plain cotton on the back, that on the front. That would be amazing. Beautiful. Every colour in there. Oh, lovely. That's one version. $14.99 a metre. I think that's a steal for such a stunning fabric. Now, the pink version, I'm going to open out. Look. Look. This is one end. Oranges, reds. Through the yellows, greens, turquoise, purples, pinks, and then we start going back to the reds, the oranges, the yellows, and so we finish as we started. Oh, wow. That is really lovely, but with that pink background. Let me show you again, just a different way. Look. Oh my goodness me. Be still, my beating heart. And again, satinized cotton, so 100% cotton, but it has this silky feeling. Now, can you imagine a dressing gown, you know, kimono style? Can you imagine that kind of, you know? Or a bit of a caftan, just for the free wine. I'll go to a gallery opening just for the free wine. Yes, absolutely. When I did my pottery course, there was a gallery opening straight after at the place. They said, oh, stay, have some wine. Well, that was it. They needed to say nothing more. Absolutely gorgeous. I'm thinking wide-legged trousers. Louise, you and me both. Yes, palazzo pants. Oh, gorgeous. And then you could ring the changes with your little top, couldn't you? You could bring out different colours depending on what you were wearing. Love it. And they would feel great and they would move great because it's that satinized cotton, but also be really light and wearable throughout the summer. Holiday trousers, or a cover-up for when you're on the beach or around the pool and you want a little something to put on. You know, oh, loads you could do with it. Now, earlier on, I showed you this beautiful quilt from Moda. It's called Julia, and it uses the Julia range inspired by Julia Child, the American cook who introduced French cooking to America on TV. Now, the finished quilt is 66 inches square. And we've got a lovely picture of the finished quilt, actually, which helps to illustrate. Look, isn't that gorgeous? So you make 36 blocks. These are the blocks. This is the block right here. Okay. So although you can see stars, the blocks are actually made like this. Okay. And you make lots of them. And they're really easy. Strip pieced, 4-patch, and then rectangles, squares, stitch and flip. Stitch and flip. I did a demo of the block, and then once the block's put together, you have a big square here on the corner that you then stitch and flip to make this final corner. And then once you've done all of that and you've made your blocks, what you do then is you've got to have made all 36 blocks. So don't think that you put it together in a big star block like I am now. I just want to show you how the whole thing goes together. You'll actually create rows, block, sashing, block, keep going. And then in between, you'll have one that goes sashing, cornerstone, and then another sashing. And then you sew your rows together. It's gorgeous. It's beginner friendly. It's all Moda. So this is a layer cake. And then you also get loads of the blue, little polka dot with daisy. You also get split pays on this if you'd like. $49.99 is your split pay. That's great, under £50 to get this Moda kit home. And again, you get a full pattern. I think this pattern actually would be gorgeous as your go-to layer cake quilt. Any layer cake that you've got, you could use this pattern for, and it will work every time. Also great for scrappy quilts, but grab your pattern while you can or your kit, because it's fast selling out. Right, let's do the menu for tomorrow. I'm not presenting, it's Beck's tomorrow, but I will be guesting. So it's starting at 8 a.m. with All Set to Sew with Nicola Pottinger. Now, at 9 o'clock, I'm guesting my first hour. It's the Riley Blake Royal Horticultural Society Floral Gardens Collection with Stuart Hillard. And we'll have my Bright Hopes pattern and my garden maze pattern in that hour. You'll love it. At 10 o'clock, All Set to Sew with Nicola Pottinger. At 11, I'm back with my Blue Skies and Nutmeg collection with this quilt right here. Loads of you have asked for it. At 12 o'clock, it's Wool Couture Toddler with Wool Couture. That's going to be a fun one. I will see you. Where have I gone? Oh, there I am. I will see you bright and early. I'll be in a little later tomorrow, 9 o'clock, but Bex will be with you from 8 o'clock tomorrow. For the rest of the day, do take care of yourselves and each other. Lots of love. And don't forget to stay tuned for Hobby Maker with the gorgeous Nigel May. Thanks, June. You're welcome.